when we see Pleiadian ships, we see a sphere of light because the Merkaba moving so fast. The Atlantean civilization was the product
Hi, this is Brian Forster coming to you from Paracas in Peru, and I want to give you an update as to the recently released DNA results of the Paracas people. Now, it's taken us 5 years since we began this process to actually get the results. It took almost 3 years to get, or 2.5 to get permission from the Ministry of Culture of Peru, who we worked with very closely, especially with archaeologist Ruben Soto, in order to have the DNA testing approved by the government. A total of 18 skulls was tested, and results came back from 12. The DNA was so badly degraded after 2,000 to 3,000 years that of the 58 samples of 18 skulls, we got results from 12 of the skulls from 2 different laboratories, one in Canada, the Lakehead University, and another one at UCLA in California. A third lab was also utilized at Santa Cruz, University of California, but they stated that of the, I think, 18 samples they were given, no results were forthcoming. We're not sure if that's true, or whether the results were so bizarre that they decided to hide them. So, in what I can basically tell you is that all Native American people of 100% Native ancestry are supposed to be and were of the haplogroups A, B, C, and D. So this is one of the Paracas elongated skulls. This is one that we believe is natural in shape. And as I turn it, you will see the complexity of the design. You see all that amazing curvature. And basically there's a depression here where the 2 hemispheres would be. The eye sockets are very large. And there's a lack of a sagittal suture here. So the results that we got, 4 of the elongated skulls were of haplogroup B, which relates to the fact that there was Native American ancestry involved, but the other ones were not. And the most common haplogroups that showed up were U2E and also H, H1A, and H2. If you look at where the most prevalent percentage of U2E and the H1s are, it is in between the Black and Caspian Seas, as in the Caucasus Mountains. And so that's very intriguing. What I can also share with you is what I believe was the migrational pattern, because these people, like some indigenous people of the Caspian area and Black Sea area, were and are dark red-haired and also very light skin and green eyes. And this seems to correspond as well with the elongated skulls. So I believe what happened was about 3,000 years ago, the ancestors of the Paracas decided to leave the area because they were being invaded by someone. And so they traveled south through Iraq and Iran to the Persian Gulf, and there they wound up sailing eastwards and eventually found their way to the coast of Peru. There are different routes they could have used. They could have gone through Hawaii, they also could have gone through New Zealand, but then they wound up at the largest natural bay on the coast of Peru, which is Paracas, and that's where they decided to live because there was basically no one living there. They could live in peace, and that's where they developed their high culture. So this is only an initial release of information. There will be more, and there will be a book available probably by the end of February 2018, and there will also be a DVD, and these will be available through L.A. Marzulli. L.A. Marzulli at lamarzulli.net. That's it for the moment. I'm going to be doing more of these kind of spontaneous YouTube videos in the future because I can't constantly be traveling. It's starting to drive me nuts, but I do have a lot of footage taken recently in Mexico. We were able to find examples of lost ancient high technology at different sites in Mexico, so stay tuned for those.
Tony, blast refraction!
My God, that's impressive.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Ancient Architects. In one of my previous videos, I discussed a theory put forward by Professor Ivan Watkins that states that the ancient people of the world were able to cut stone by harnessing the power of the sun. Many, including myself, do not believe that simple tools were enough to create some of the truly wondrous ancient stone monuments seen on just about every continent of the world, from Machu Picchu in South America to the Giza Plateau in Egypt. There is a body of thought that strongly believes that ancient aliens are responsible, but I've never seen any credible evidence to believe such a theory. Of course, you can interpret ancient writings, images and structures in a number of different ways, but I believe there was once a far more advanced civilization that collapsed at the end of the last ice age, the remnants of which became scattered around the world. One thing is for sure, certain ancient monuments do show advanced methods of stonework, but I believe that it wasn't due to the use of electricity and power tools, but a more efficient technology that harnessed natural forces such as the sun, wind, water or sound. The technology has not been recorded in history, but if natural forces were harnessed, there wouldn't be much evidence recorded in the archaeological record, apart from the product of that technology, which is what we see in the form of perfectly drilled granite, intricate diorite vases and perfectly fitting irregular stone walls. You can't just drill or shape stone in the way you can wood or metal, especially hard stones like granite or diorite, as they are made from extremely hard, interlocking minerals that wear down tools before any real progress can even be made. The ancient stone and metal tools that we are told were used would have very little impact on hard igneous rocks, so archaeology is certainly missing something. In the modern age, it takes diamond-tipped tools and lots of cooling fluid to achieve the feats of stonemasonry that we see in the distant past, and even now it is a relatively slow and difficult process. Which brings us to another theory for how they achieved it, by harnessing the power of sound. Tuning forks, vibrations, sonic drilling and acoustic levitation are all ways that sound can be utilised for technological gain, and are all scientifically feasible using not just modern but ancient methods and materials. So how does sonic drilling work? Well, in simple terms, when sound vibrations of a specific frequency are sent through a drill bit, or even through something as simple as a metal pipe, it can vibrate in such a way to act like a very high frequency jackhammer. The drill barely needs to turn, as the vibrational impacts and shattering do the job. Compared to conventional drilling, the method is actually faster, puts less wear on the tool bit, and takes less energy. Conceivably, you can even turn the handle of a large tuning fork into a cutting rod, whether a drill tube or a drill bit. Even a copper tube could conceivably cut into granite using this method. To turn a tuning fork into a sonic drill, the resonant frequency of the cutting rod must match the frequency of the fork that is attached to it. Scientifically, the way it works is that transverse vibrations from the fork prongs, known as tines, move the bottom of the U-shape up and down, which sends longitudinal vibrations through the cutting rod. At the rod's resonant frequency, these vibrations create standing waves, with maximum vibration at the beginning and the end of the rod, and there is a point of no vibration in the middle, where a handle could be attached. For example, tines 30 cm long and 3 cm thick make a resonant frequency of 1100 Hz, and would require a 1.5 meter long rod to allow cutting, as pictured here. Notice how long the rod is relative to the fork and how it actually looks like a trident or harpoon. It could even function as such if the tines were sharpened. In Egyptian mythology, the falcon god Horus is associated with harpoons, but maybe the clearest evidence for sonic drilling has been staring us in the face for millennia. One common symbol or object that is seen so often in ancient Egyptian art is the scepter. It appears in relics, art, and hieroglyphs associated with the ancient Egyptian religion. Known as the was scepter, it is a long, straight staff with a forked end. The opposite end is sometimes seen to be a stylized animal head, but maybe this is actually a cutting implement. The scepter was a symbol of power and dominion, and although it has a number of other mythological and symbolic associations, maybe the true meaning got lost through the dynastic history of ancient Egypt. What became a symbol of power maybe once was literally an object of power. But mainstream historians and archaeologists attest that traditional stone and metal tools were used to create stone blocks and ornaments. And this is all because of depictions of the art of stoneworking in wall reliefs from the 5th dynasty all the way up to the 26th dynasty. But, for a start, when you analyse drilled granite, it is clear that these methods certainly did not create the boreholes. When you look at the holes that do not go all the way through the granite, the circumference of the
There were secret societies that were involved in founding this country. Who were they? And what were they trying to do? It's on the American dollar bill, New World Order. It's based on the ancient Egyptian concepts of government, finance, law, and the way the ancient Egyptians understood the world at large. That's why you have a pyramid. The truth will actually blow you away.
Cardio burns fat, right? No. Cardio actually burns calories.
The circular hole has a deeper groove, implying it was created with a metal pipe. And it wouldn't be possible to cut into granite simply using a metal pipe, sand, and manual labour, as we are led to believe.
What's the problem here? There's no, without a steady stream of water, you're not getting new material in there to do the cutting action. You're not getting rid of the old powder, which is just interfering with the drill going down.
But you can cut granite efficiently and quickly with a metal pipe if you use sonic drilling methods. In ancient Egyptian images, we do see the use of simple hand tools to make stone vases and bowls, but such a method, even in conjunction with sand, wouldn't be able to efficiently grind stone such as granite or diorite, and create the striations or tool marks that we see inside drilled Egyptian artifacts. Furthermore, the most amazing and most difficult stonework created from the hardest stones are usually Old Kingdom, predating the 5th dynasty, and many were actually pre-dynastic. There is no doubt that the stonework from the 5th dynasty onwards could have been created from the simple stone tools shown, as the rock used to make such artifacts was usually softer, such as alabaster, sandstone, and limestone. The oldest depiction of a rock drill is a hieroglyph known as U24 in Gardner's 1957 guide. This is first seen in a 3rd dynasty tomb at Saqqara. Maybe the hieroglyph is actually depicting a tuning fork tool, and not a depiction of a traditional hand-crank rock drill, as we are told. Some researchers believe they have found ancient Egyptian carvings of two tuning forks attached by wires on a statue of Isis and Anubis, shown here. This is one way you could get them to resonate to a specific frequency for a prolonged amount of time to cut stone, without hitting them with a hammer. Interestingly, on the website keelynet.com, there is an email that was sent to the website that stated, "Do you know about the tuning forks which were discovered by Egyptologists who, presumably because they were unable to ascribe a utility to these items, deemed them to be anomalous?" Some years ago, an American friend picked the lock of a door leading to an Egyptian museum storeroom. Inside, she found hundreds of what she described as tuning forks. These ranged in size from approximately 8 inches to approximately 8 or 9 feet overall, and resembled catapults, but with a taut wire stretched between the tines of the fork. She insists, incidentally, that these were definitely non-ferrous, but steel. These objects resembled a letter U with a handle, a bit like a pitchfork, and, when the wire was plucked, they vibrated for a prolonged period. It occurs to me to wonder if these devices might have had hardened tool bits attached to the bottom of the handles, and if they might have been used for cutting or engraving stone, once they had been set vibrating. Of course, I have no way of verifying this email that was actually sent in 1997, but it is certainly interesting in that it confirms the carving on the statue of Isis and Anubis of two tuning forks connected by wires. There is also this image from a Sumerian cylinder seal showing a musical scene, and a musician is clearly seen holding a tuning fork. The technology, I'm sure, is ancient, and not an 18th century invention as we are led to believe. Whatever the truth, independent researchers have proved that you can bore holes through solid rock with copper tubing using sonic drilling methods, and with new research into ancient megalithic sites across the world, we are finding out that acoustics were widely understood by the ancients and were certainly taken into account when building stone structures. This relatively new line of archaeological research is known as archaeoacoustics and is observed at sites such as Stonehenge in England, Adam's Calendar in South Africa, and Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, not to mention the Great Pyramid of Egypt. They all share unquestionable acoustic properties that could well have amplified sound waves to vibrate forked tools at a constant pitch, and allow the seemingly advanced method of stone cutting that has eluded historical researchers for so long. Thank you for watching this episode of Ancient Architects. Please subscribe to the channel, please like this video, and please leave a comment below. Thank you very much.
The purpose of ancient structures, and he came to this knowledge through his work in the seed business, and he was actually already working in a business that enhanced
Once again, you're listening to the Hour of the Time. I'm your host, William Cooper. Are you one of the people who believe that everything that's happened through history is an accident? And that while one or two things may have been planned, that most of history had no intelligent direction forming it, driving it? Well, listen to this, folks, and listen very carefully. Those desiring substantial evidence of the unfoldment of the great plan should follow the suggestion inscribed upon the monument to Christopher Wren in St. Paul's Cathedral and gaze about them. The rapid advancement in the social and political states of man, the increasing richness of human living, and the broadening vision toward individual and collective responsibility herald with auroral colors the rising of the Sun of Truth. There is much yet to be accomplished, but already the achievement is impressive. Even the most devout humanist cannot survey the orderly progress of the race and at the same time deny the existence of a well-integrated program. The light of the ancient Vedas is slowly but surely illuminating the whole world. The vision of man's noble destiny and the sacred sciences which made possible the realization of that vision have been guarded and served by the silent ones of the earth, the priesthoods of the sacerdotal colleges, the hierophants of the mystery schools, and the adept masters of the secret societies have been the guardians of man's noblest purpose, the perfection of his own kind. It is the inalienable right of every honorable person to be grateful for the opportunities which progress bestows. And with this appreciation comes also an appropriate measure of resolution. The past proves the future, which is but the extension of good works toward their fullness. The mystery schools neither restrained nor limited the unfoldment of human institutions. Man fashioned his civilization according to his natural instincts and convictions. And this process must continue, for growth is not hastened by the interference of authority. Man substantiates with his mind and heart that which he fashions with his hands. The esoteric tradition ensouls the ordinary works, revealing the larger purposes through the smaller ones. Not so long ago, 90% of the population of the earth was in physical slavery. Having liberated his body, the audacious creature must now free his heart and mind. Thus, pressed on by sovereign necessity, the world conqueror becomes the self-conqueror. Under a democratic concept of living, the responsibilities for progress pass to the keeping of the people. The powers vested in the governing body, functioning with the consent of the governed, include not only provisions for collective security, but also the advancement of such religions, philosophers, arts, and sciences as contribute to the essential growth of human character. An administration
We're at a small village called Patapatani on the shore of Lake Titicaca, the southern shore in Bolivia, and my mind is blown because inside this little museum is a 7 to 9 month old fetus of a baby with an elongated head. So this proves that there were people in the past who genetically had elongated heads, and we're fortunate that we have Ken with us, and Ken is a
fuel supply to heat the city's 400 public baths for 6 months. Dead men's secrets, or dead men tell tales. You've probably watched PBS a time or two and seen a special or some kind of a TV documentary, that details in some regard, some ancient relics, some ancient buildings, you know, like the Great Pyramid of Egypt. And then they'll give you the numbers that go along with it, you know, like this is the most massive building ever built in the history of the world to this day, you know, as I speak to you today, as you're listening. The Great Pyramid of Cheops is the most massive building. Until about 1935, it was also the tallest building ever built in the world, until the Empire State Building was built back in 1935. The Great Pyramid was the biggest, tallest building in the world. And they'll tell you, some statistics and one thing and another, and then we sit here in awe, and we kind of marvel, because you see, when we go to public school, they tell us that man, years and years ago, was a brute beast evolving from apes, and that we were really pretty dumb, dragging our knuckles on the ground and hitting our women over the head and dragging them off into the cave, you know. And so, you know, if your view of the world, or your world view, is based upon evolution, and then you look at this Great Pyramid out here, this great building, and you listen to these numbers over here, they don't add up. They don't add up. Now, I'm a general contractor, and I build buildings. And when we build a house, and if that house is plus or minus an inch, that's plenty good enough. And when we get them a little out of square, you know, they're 2-3 inches out of square, no big deal. We just cover it up, you know, by dividing the inch or the 3 inches, you know, in half. And then when we put the roofing on, you know, we fudge a little bit over here at the bottom, and then we fudge a little bit up there at the opposite top, and you know, when you look at it, you can't see it. It's not that big a deal. And that's building a house. Now, the Great Pyramid, to show you how accurate it is, in 1964, they developed, I don't know who it was, but somebody developed what they call a laser transit. Now, we've had transits, you know, for hundreds of years. An eyepiece, a telescope, in which we could put a man out there in the field, you know, 100, 200, 300, 400 feet out there. We can measure elevations with a stick, you know, and we can measure straight lines and things like that. It's been going on for a long time. So we've been surveying and measuring, you know, for centuries. But the accuracy of it wasn't all that great. And so we've been making maps, you know, for hundreds of years. But the maps, you know, aren't exactly accurate. And so as time progresses along, we've been getting more accurate maps. And so about 1964, somebody comes up with a new type of transit, and it's called the laser transit, and it's much more accurate, you know, than the old transits. And so as time progresses along, technology improves, and we get more accurate readings. And so somebody went over to the Great Pyramid and they measured it up, and let's see, well, how square is it? Now, the thing sits on 14 acres. It's not like building a house. I mean, an acre is 43,560 square feet. So if you can remember, that's about 40,000 square feet. If you've got a house that sits on 10,000 square foot lot, that's a quarter of an acre. You're on round numbers. 11,000 square feet would be a little closer. So if your lot's 11,000 square feet, now, that's a quarter of an acre, and then on that house you build a house, and if you can build that house within an inch or two of square, that's pretty good. And this is modern times. Well, the Great Pyramid sits on 14 acres. You know, let's just take 14 times 4. 14 times 4. That's 56 times bigger than your lot. 56 times bigger. And if your lot, you know, is an eighth of an acre over here, well, then it's about 112 times bigger. And the thing measures corner to corner on all four corners within 1/2 inch of absolute square. 1/2 inch on 14 acres. Now, like I said, I'm an old-timey general contractor, and I look at that and I say, my God, I couldn't build a house that close. I couldn't build a house on your lot to plus or minus 1/2 inch. Now, it could be done. I mean, if we wanted to spend the time, effort, energy, and the money, we could build a house plumb. I don't know that you could build it out of wood and make it plumb, but I think we probably, if we put our minds to it, we could probably do that out of some other material. Now, the reason I say that that's really a spectacular concept is because when I went to school, they told us that in ancient times, these people, they didn't have pulleys. You know, they didn't have Caterpillar tractors. They didn't have the wheel. They didn't have transits. There was a company back in 1964 also that said that if they were going to build the Great Pyramid, that they could build the Great Pyramid, duplicate it the way it is, and they could mine the block from 2,500 miles away, ship it by rail and barge and boat, build the thing, and and to put the capstone on it. Now, that pyramid's sitting up there now without any capstone. Well, this company said that they could put it on there, and then they could do it for $32 billion. And that's a $32 billion. Now, that's in 1964 dollars. If you were going to multiply that out, you'd have to double it from 1980 to the present time, so that'd be 64 billion. And then you'd have to probably double that again from 1960 to 1980. I don't know what the inflation rate was in that 20 years, but I guess it was double again. So that'd be 64, and then we got to double again to 128. So talking about it in today's dollars, it'd be about $128 billion. That's a bunch of money. Now, people don't normally go out and just spend 128 billion bucks, just to be spending money or just to be building something. I mean, when you build a building, like the trade towers or the Empire State Building or something like that, there's got to be a return. There's got to be a reason. There's got to be a purpose behind it. And that's a big building. By the way, the building is built with expansion joints. For those of you that might not know what that is, when the sun shines on the Golden Gate Bridge, it's built out of steel, and it expands. And you've got to have expansion joints. So when you're driving on the deck of the bridge, you'll cross over a grate. And that grate is interlocking like the fingers on your hands. And as the sun shines on the steel, it expands and contracts an inch or 2 or 3 or 5. I don't know how much it expands, but it's got an expansion joint in there. Well, the Great Pyramid, when the sun shines on one side of it, it will expand faster, expand more than on the side where the sun isn't shining. So you've got to have a modality for the entire building to expand, or at least that outer shell to expand and contract. And they've got grooves. The builders of the Great Pyramids understood expansion and contraction. And so they build it into the Great Pyramid. Nothing's been there for several thousand years, and it hasn't cracked and broken and fallen down. That's amazing. The Empire State Building hasn't been there for several thousand years, neither has the Golden Gate Bridge or the Bay Bridge. And of course the Twin Towers, they didn't last very long. Now, it would say to me that the people who built the Great Pyramid must have had at least the same technology that we had in 1964 to measure it. Just my common sense says to me, if we couldn't measure the damn thing until 1964 because we didn't have a laser transit, then the people that built it had to have at least had the technology of a laser transit to build it. Because up until 1964, boys and girls, we couldn't duplicate it without the laser transit. So whether the guys who built the thing, and I was told this one time, I said, well, how did they level it up? Now the thing sits plumb. It's level. And now they got satellites out there in space with lasers, and they can shoot and they can measure things now pretty darn accurately, and they kind of marvel. I do. I'm an old-timey general contractor, and I got to tell you, I don't think I could build an outhouse that close. I've got 2 outhouses out here, and they're not plus or minus a half an inch. First of all, nobody would spend the time trying to make it that close. It isn't necessary. But then when this thing sits on 14 acres and it's plus or minus plumb, and then it's plus or minus a half inch on 4 corners, sitting on 14 acres, which is bigger than the Empire State Building, which is bigger than the Twin Towers, which is more accurate than either. You got to sit there and say, hey, wait a minute. These guys were not savages dragging their knuckles on the back of the ground. These were not Cro-Magnons. We can't duplicate the thing today. Now, that tells me they got to be smarter than we are. Now, if we could duplicate the thing today, we'd have 4 or 5 of them sitting out there. And you don't see anybody building those today. Now, there had to be a reason for it. I don't know what the reason was. And that's another thing. People don't spend $32, $64, or $128 billion, building the most massive building that's ever been constructed in the history of mankind without a purpose. We haven't got a clue. Can't figure it out. Nobody's spending $128 billion today to build something over there in Washington, D.C. to commemorate World War II. We don't have the money, number one. Number two, if we had the money, we couldn't duplicate it. Don't know how. We don't know how they did it. Well, the guy that wrote the book, Dead Men's Secrets, his name is Jonathan Gray. He hits upon this very subject matter over here. In fact, it isn't just the Great Pyramid. He hits upon a number of areas of life, like geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, social organization, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items, clothing, art, medicine, flight, space travel, ancient science and civilization. Can you imagine space travel before Christ? Ancient science before Christ, civilization before Christ, flight, medicine, art, and clothing before Christ, equal to or superior to anything that we have today. Now, right away, somebody says, well, if that were true, we would have heard about it from archaeology. You would? You would? Excuse me. In 1940, there was a skeleton up here in the museum in Chicago. I think they call it the Museum of Natural History. It was a 14-foot skeleton. Now, the Bible says there were giants on earth in those days. This is back in Genesis chapter 5, I believe it is, or 6. There were giants on earth in those days. That does not fit with the theory of evolution. It doesn't fit with modern science. Now, go into that museum today, and you're not going to find that 14-foot skeleton that was there in 1940. I don't know what happened to it. I'm just telling you that in 1940 it was there. Today it's gone. It doesn't fit with the theory of evolution. And I first of all want to tell you that that is not science, and that is not academic. And that is propaganda. If it doesn't fit with your theory, what you do is you destroy it. You eliminate it. Get rid of it. And that's not honest. And then it's not intellectual. So when I hear stories like that, I say to myself, well, why would archaeology, why would science, why would people in museums want to deliberately destroy the evidence? I mean, if there were giants, then why don't we say, well, gosh, there were giants. That's the truth. How many of these giants were there? Well, now, it could be that the 14-foot giant was just an anomaly. You know, it happens once in a while. You look in the Guinness Book of Records, there was a guy that was just, I think it was 8'11", or 8'10.5" or something, just a shade under 9 feet tall. And the Bible talks about a guy named Goliath. You know, there's David and Goliath. There's a Bible story there. Well, Goliath was 9'6". And compared to the giants described in the Bible, Goliath was a midget. You know, 9 feet is pretty tall when you're comparing it to a 6-foot man, but 14 feet. And there was the story of a guy named King Og, and his bedstead was 14 feet. So the 14-foot skeleton that was in the Chicago Museum was an average run-of-the-mill 14-foot skeleton. There were people that were 15, 16 feet tall. And I suppose there were people that were 9, 10, 11, 12 feet tall, but they're all big. They're big guys. Now, are there any other skeletons beside that one in the Museum of Natural History in Chicago? And the answer is yes, by the hundreds. They've been discovered all over the world. And Dead Men Secrets identifies the locations of those finds. And I didn't know that before. So I had heard of the Great Pyramid. I had heard of the Nazca monuments out here in the desert where they get spiders and monkeys, you know, that are miles across, 6, 8 miles across. And big buildings with building blocks that weigh 50 tons down in Peru and Ecuador. And cities that are built on cliffs and on top of mountains, you know. And those are just, you know, one here and one there and one. It makes you think, well, my God, were there people out here in ancient times smarter than we are today, more technologically advanced? Did they have ships that could go across the oceans? Before the flood, flying in jet airplanes, they had medicine equal to today, art, clothing, and mechanical devices that have been dug up, but they don't fit the theory of evolution. See, evolution is a fairy tale for adults that tells us once upon a time, long, long ago and far, far away. And then they proceed to tell us the story about how billions and billions of years ago, thus and such occurred. Pure fantasy. There isn't a shred of evidence, not a shred of proof. No scientific tests can be duplicated. And, you know, if people want to believe that, that's fine. There's no problem with that. People believe in religion. I kind of watch people, you know, religious people. They scare the hell out of me, and I watch them as far away as I can get from them. And then they believe in superstition. And rational people who attach themselves to science, they attach themselves to another superstition called evolution. And they call that science. I look at both of them and I say, oh, my God, I got one superstitious bunch on the one hand, and I look over here and I got another superstitious bunch on the other hand. And neither side can ever come to an actual grasp of truth and understanding, you know, how did it actually happen? So in order for us to do that, if we're going to arrive at the truth, we got to actually come to grips with 14-foot skeletons and buildings that are so big and so massive that we can't duplicate them today, and ask the question, well, how did those people build that? Who was here to do that? We look at Stonehenge, you know, in amazement to this day, and say, how in the world did those people get 30-ton blocks of rock sitting up there on top of that? That would be a whale of a feat. It can be duplicated. We could do Stonehenge. But hey, boys and girls, there's a lot of buildings around the world that we can't duplicate today. There's a block of rock in a wall down in Ecuador that weighs 200,000 tons. It's a dressed rock. It's a square. You know, I say square, it's rectangular, but it's, you know, it's got corners to it. It's got 8 corners. And these corners, you know, are exact. It didn't just evolve this way. You know, if you're out here walking around, you know, and you see a block of rock over here, and this thing is square, and you measure it up, and it's got the same measurements all around it, you know, you can be pretty sure that some intelligence over here squared that thing up. Here's the crazy part of it. Do you know how much 200,000 tons is? That's a lot of weight. That's a big chunk. Let me describe it. The Titanic, you know that big ship, the Titanic, and the Queen Mary, you know, these big merchant ships. Well, those big luxury liners weigh about 40,000 tons. 40,000 tons. All right, now let's pull the Queen Mary into a shipyard, and let's just stick it under a couple of cranes, and let's just pick it up and set it on the ground. Do you think that there's any place in the world that there's a crane big enough to pick up a ship like the Queen Mary? Well, I'm here to tell you that there isn't. So when they want to work on a ship that big, what they have to do is run it into what they call a dry dock. And that's a big hole in the ground that they can flood with water. They can float the thing in, and then they let the water out of it, and the thing settles down on the bottom, and then they can go in there and then go to work on it. So when we want to work on a ship, we have to put it in a dry dock. You can't pick it up. Now, there are places that have cranes that pick up fishing boats and just pick them up out of the water and stick them over here on the ground, and then they work on them, and then they pick them up off the ground, and they set them back in the water. Fishing boats and things like that. Now, let's go down here. I told you there's a rock here that's now 200,000 tons. There's lots of rocks that are 50,000 tons. That's as big as or bigger than the Queen Mary. There's lots of rocks that weigh 200 tons. You know, they go anywhere from 3, 6, 16, 30, 50 tons, things like that. And these rocks are set into walls, and they're dressed. Now, some of them are square. Some of them are odd shapes, and then the odd shape fits with the next rock, and it's cut in an odd shape to fit. Kind of like looking at a puzzle. You know the odd shapes that go into a jigsaw puzzle? And remember that the tab has to fit into a corresponding hole. And then when you're doing a jigsaw puzzle, you know, if you'll think about it, yeah, it's true, you got a tab and you got a hole, but they don't fit together perfectly. So if they don't fit together perfectly, well, then obviously it doesn't go there. All right, well, these rocks are built like a jigsaw puzzle. They're so close together you can't stick a knife blade between them. So they were cut. There isn't any technology today that can cut rock irregularly and then put them together. None. Doesn't exist. And yet there they are. Now, those people that did that were smarter than we are today. They had a greater technology than we have today. And the Bible talks about that, and the Bible talks about space flight. The Bible talks about flight. And yet your preacher doesn't talk about that because if he did, he wouldn't last long as your preacher. Because he subscribes to evolutionary philosophy, and he doesn't tell you everything that's in the Bible. And unless you read it for yourself, you wouldn't know that. And most religious people don't read the Bible. They haven't got a clue. So atheists and agnostics and evolutionists, they don't read the Bible because they don't want to. The religious guys, they don't read the Bible because I'm not sure that they're capable. I mean, everybody's got one, but they don't read it. And if they read it, they don't believe what it says. I mean, time and time again, you know, you take a look at people's actions, you know, in life. People don't practice Exodus chapter 12. Jesus asked the question. He said, well, why do you people call me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? That's because they've got a different God. They've got a different religion. They've got a different program over here that they follow. They don't follow the Scripture. Well, anyway, Jonathan Gray over here writes a book called Dead Men's Secrets. And I want to tell you a little story here, pertinently. William Prescott, the great archaeologist, reminds us that a nation may pass away and leave only the memory of its existence, but the stories of science that it has gathered up will endure forever. You see, folklore is a fossil of history. It preserves history in the guise of colorful tales. Far from being a collection of fables, it is a recital of actual past events, even though from generation to generation some facts have become distorted or forgotten. Professor I.A. Efremov of the Soviet Union cautions that historians must pay more respect to ancient traditions and folklore. And he accuses Western science of snobbishness in rejecting the tales of the common people. We must face it, legends are usually based on hardcore fact. Take the legend of Troy, for instance. No scholar ever took the Iliad or the Odyssey of Homer as history. But Schliemann, putting faith in it, discovered the mythical city of Troy. The Iliad spoke of a cup decorated with doves, which Odysseus used. In a shaft, Schliemann found the 3,600-year-old cup. Herodias told a fabulous story of a distant country where griffins guarded a golden treasure. This land, Altai or Kim-Shan, has now been found, together with ancient gold mines and decorations from a high culture, prominently display the griffin. This vague myth is now seen to be a fact. Mexican Indian legends spoke of a sacred well of sacrifice into which maidens and jewelry were hurled. Historians dismiss this as a mere tale, until the well at Chichen Itza was discovered in the 19th century. Now, more than any document, the Bible has been assailed as a collection of fanciful myths. And yet, to the embarrassment of its critics, archaeological discoveries have proved time and time again that the fabled cities, mythical persons, and impossible events were not only true, but they were in fact reliable historical reporting in every detail. And indeed, the Bible can now be regarded as the most accurate and the most trustworthy source of history that we possess. All right, so these legends are usually based upon hardcore fact. Now, our ancestral memory of the golden era, if we were to credit the collective testimony of all ancient races, man's early history was truly an incredible history. It was a golden age of advanced civilization, of original giants who had superior intelligence and technology. This appears to have been a universal truth known to everyone in ancient times. Sacred records affirm that at the very beginning, soon after the fall from paradise, men possessed extraordinary mental abilities. Beginning with the raw earth, they mastered a high level of civilization and technology in just the first 6 generations of their existence. In that short time, they were able to build cities, play complex musical instruments, and smelt metals. Indeed, with their scientific complexities, these earliest men, it seems, were no fools. We might well wonder to what degree they further developed and refined this technology. In the final few centuries before the flood struck, were the miracles of science as common as they are now? A perfectly valid question, I would think. Now imagine, if you can, paved rainbow cities whose houses of crystal reflected every special hue, and we're talking about air travel, computers, and plastics. Now, did you know that when Alexander Graham Bell gave us the telephone, he said that it had been done before? The old devices have been reinvented, he observed. Yes, you read it right. That's exactly what Bell said. He said, in fact, the question was pressed further by the eminent British scientist Frederick Soddy. He's a winner of the Nobel Prize in Physics, and he wondered whether the ancients might not only have attained our present knowledge, but a power hitherto unmastered by us at this time. Now, there are physical remains also. So, in our quest here for the truth concerning ancient civilizations, we've got to have some physical evidence. As a jurist or a lawyer, if we went into court and we wanted to prove our theory or prove our side of the case, we'd have to have some kind of evidence. We call them exhibits, physical evidence. Now, where did Bell and Soddy get their information? Well, quite possibly from some rusty old records. Nevertheless, our quest is not based on ancient text and reports, but on accepted scientific discoveries. There are recently discovered artifacts that cannot be dismissed, namely objects of metal sitting in museums today that are unquestionably made in the ancient world that would have required very advanced technology to produce, a technology not to be repeated until our day today. The weight of evidence grows daily, evidence that all of the major secrets of modern technology were known and then forgotten long ago, evidence that early man did create a society that surpassed ours in all aspects of development. The entire world is really a dead man's tomb. It's a treasure hunter's paradise. As we prize or we open the coffin, suspense build. or builds. And slowly, we are lifting the lid on a lost technology which almost smacks of science fiction. We come face to face with such absurdities as brain transplants, colonies on Mars, and invisible men. And then we wonder, what's next? Well, admittedly, such concepts almost strain credibility. And we're tempted to ask, could the ancients have really advanced so far? It may help to consider our own age. As recently as 100 years ago, were not most of today's inventions totally unknown, even unbelievable? Since then, the spawning has been very sudden and very rapid. And what's more, the present age of basic discoveries is hardly at its end. It is forecast that just 15 years in the future, the accumulated knowledge that we have today will double in just 15 years. Now, can you grasp what that means? How then can one possibly conceive of the state of knowledge attained by the antediluvians before the deluge struck? Let me ask you this question. Think about this for a second. In the Bible, it tells us that they were artificers in brass and iron in Genesis chapter 4. An artificer in brass and iron. Let's go back to Columbus. No, we look back 500 years and we say, well, that's the Middle Ages, and technology wasn't as advanced as it is today, but we had ships, and we had metallurgy, we had swords, and they had some cannons, they had guns, they knew about gunpowder. Well, in Columbus's day, in 1500, they were still casting cannon in sand. A turret lathe had not been invented yet. Metalworking tools, such as lathes, were yet to be discovered in the future. Now, if we were casting cannon in sand 500 years ago, and within 500 years we're putting men on the moon, if in Genesis 4 they already had advanced metallurgy, that is, the mixing of metals together, which is advanced beyond casting cannon in sand, couldn't they do the same thing in 500 years? Now, the amount of time from Adam and Eve until the flood was 1,656 years. So if in the first 1,100 years, they were able to reach metallurgy, then they had 556 years left with which to duplicate the technology that we have today. Now, there's an obscure scripture here in the Bible. I thought I'd point this one out. It's in Deuteronomy chapter 30. That anticipates space travel. I looked at this some years back, and I kind of marveled, and I said, why would God even put such a thing in there unless he was already familiar with? In verse 4 it says, if any of yours be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord your God gather you, and from thence shall he fetch you. How far out into the heavens has man traveled that he has been lost on other planets or on other moons, like, say, our moon or Mars? I don't know. It never entered our vocabulary until the last 50 years. It's been in my lifetime. You know, when I was a kid, we used to read the comics, and there was a guy by the name of Flash Gordon. That was science fiction. That was in the 1950s. Nobody ever thought that anybody was going to travel to the moon, or build a space station, or put satellites up in the air with which we could bounce radio waves off of and telephone calls. Never occurred to anybody. We had Dick Tracy with a watch, a two-way communication watch. Today we all have cell phones. Dick Tracy, science fiction, 1950. He's got a two-way wrist radio. Today everybody's got a cell phone talking with people anywhere in the world. Now, we did that in the last 50 years or so. And notice that the technology that we have here today, in the world today, just take a look around you, computers, automobiles, airplanes, jet airplanes. We didn't have that 100 years ago. Go back 200 years. Look what has been accomplished over the past 200 years, and ask yourself, if these people were already advanced in metallurgy prior to, this is BC, this is way before the flood, for crying out loud, this is before Noah's Ark. Now, I know, you go to the movies and you look at the movie, Noah's Ark, or you look at the movies that are produced by Cecil B. DeMille, in Egyptian times, and we say, hey, these people are barbarians. They're ancient. They don't have technology. They're building pyramids that we can't duplicate today. They're building buildings and monuments that we don't have a technology to do. But they're dragging their knuckles on the ground and hitting their women over the head and dragging them off, you know, that's preposterous poppycock. It's insane. Doesn't add up with the physical evidence. I mean, that pyramid is sitting there, boys and girls, like it or lump it. It's there. We can't build one today. We don't have the money. There isn't anybody in the world, including the United States of America, has got the money to duplicate that Great Pyramid. Technologically, we could do it today, but it wasn't until 1964 that we were able to do it. Now, those people back in those days, they built that thing. And here's the Bible talking about space travel here in Deuteronomy 30, verse 4. And I'm sitting there saying, if we can come to space travel, if we can come to jet engine flight in 100 years, from 1900 to 2000, there isn't too much of a stretch of my imagination to see somebody doing this prior to the flood. And do we have any physical evidence of it? Oh, you betcha we do. Physical evidence abounds, not 1 or 2 or 5 or 10, but by the hundreds. By the hundreds. For instance, he's got some sections in here. I'm going to flip over here to, I guess, number 16. Let me get to chapter 16 here. And the one that as a contractor, you know, the one that I was really surprised to see, there are 64 examples of construction techniques that have not been duplicated until the 20th century. That's not the buildings themselves. That's the techniques, like concrete. You know, we think of cement today, building the Empire State Building with steel and concrete, as being something new and modern that we just came up with in the last 100 years. You go back here 200 years, you didn't see any Empire State Buildings. Now, that's a modern technology. There's some buildings that have been built out here in the hinterlands, and there's microscopes. Did you know that in Moses' time they had microscopes? I was absolutely amazed. Glasswork and microscopes. I'm going to give you some examples. 24 examples of glasswork and microscopes sit in the museums today, not on display. They sit down in the basements, hidden away so that you can't see them. Like the skeleton of the 14-foot giant up in Chicago. They're not on display. They exist. They were found. They've been recorded. We have the pictures of it. We know that they're there, but they don't fit the theory of evolution. And anything that doesn't fit with evolution is not put on display. Nobody has an explanation for it. Well, there's an explanation. When you see something like a 200,000-ton block of rock that is set in position, somebody had the technology to make it, pick it up, move it, and set it into place. We can't do that today. And since we can't explain that, and our fairy tale dream world says that we're evolving better and better, smarter and smarter, it doesn't fit with the evolution fairy tale. So then we ignore it. We hide it. We pretend it doesn't exist. As I said, that's not science, and it's not academic. It's just propaganda. So over here in chapter 16, we've got some buildings. I want to point out a couple of 3 buildings here. We've got about 10 minutes. So. A startling surprise awaited Captain Don Henry on that particular day in 1976. He was 40 miles off the southern coast of Florida directing sonar readings on the ocean floor. Suddenly, an immense pyramid-shaped structure showed up. It was 300 feet below the surface. Subsequent underwater closed-circuit TV was to show the pyramid to be about 420 feet high. It's a veritable skyscraper, nearly the size of the Great Pyramids of Egypt. When 12 other pyramids turned up on a NASA satellite photograph of the Amazon jungle. Noted author Charles Berlitz and Dr. Manson Valentine, curator of the Miami Science Museum, excitedly organized a major scientific expedition to the underwater pyramid, the first of its kind, which set out with a crack team of 15 archaeologists, researchers, and divers early in August of 1978. At the same time, a NASA-supported expedition led by Florida explorer Philip Miller set out for the Amazon jungles of Peru, accompanied by a documentary film team to investigate the foliage-covered pyramids found there. I'm intrigued by an apparent relationship here. Huge ruins throughout the world generally resemble each other in construction, as well as in geographical and astronomical alignment. What is more, constructions which are technologically impossible today face us. Precise construction and colossal size indicate that the builders had unknown techniques and energy sources at their disposal. It makes one feel that these magnificent, time-defying ruins that still exist after 4,000 years can hardly be the work of primitive barbarians. Surely they are the scientific instruments of an advanced universal civilization. So join me on a grand tour, and you'll see what I mean. Things that can't happen have happened here. The site is built 12,000 feet above sea level. This is very oxygen-poor air in which the slightest exertion can cause nausea and worse, and yet blocks of up to 200 tons were maneuvered over distances of up to 90 miles in rarefied air. This is not possible by muscular strength. This grand complex was built with a technical skill embarrassing to us and by a method which is totally unknown to us today. Here was a city of startling dimensions. Acres and acres lie covered with truncated pyramids, artificial hills, lines of monoliths, platforms, underground rooms, and giant gates which incorporate architecture beyond our technical scope today. Many large gateways were built from a single stone. The Gate of the Sun is the biggest carved monolith in the world. It is a single block of rock, 10 feet high and 6 feet wide. The size of some of the buildings is astonishing. The fortress of Akapana, 650 by 496 feet, was once a pyramid 167 feet high. The Sun Temple was on a platform 440 feet long by 390 feet wide, composed of blocks of rock 100 to 200 tons each. Walls of the temple complex itself had blocks of 60 tons each. Steps of the stone stairway were 50 tons apiece. Here were terraced temples like those of faraway Babylon and Nineveh. The walls of the palace were 220 feet long by 180 feet wide. Its throne room was 160 feet long by 130 feet wide. The steps from the palace entrance were washed by the lake now receding and 15 miles away. The paved court under our feet is 80 feet square, with a covered gallery 45 feet on one side. Court and hall are one single block of dressed stone. One single block. Building blocks. One is 36 feet long, 7 feet wide, fitted without lime or mortar and without any joint showing. Nearly every stone is micro-accurately cut and polished, nicked, mortised, and occasionally even beveled. Water conduits have a completely modem shape with smooth cross-sections, polished inner and outer surfaces, and accurate edges. See these half pipes? They have grooves and corresponding protrusions that fit together. Plundered Spanish invaders stole the interlocking copper or silver keys which secured the stonework from earthquake damage until they had survived for thousands of years. Subsequent earthquakes leveled the structures. As late as the 19th century, there were imposing colonnades to admire, of which sadly there is now no trace. Many of the great buildings were dynamited, and then untold treasures disappeared. One 24-foot statue remains. But the records are there. You see, when the Spanish got there, they made records of it. And then they tore them down, blew them up to salvage the gold, silver, and the metals, shipped them off to Spain. Here's the point. Here are buildings at 12,000 feet in Bolivia that we could not build today, let alone at 12,000 feet. And we're being told, you know, in our movies and in our books, that these great monuments were built by slave labor, and they were built by hand, without wheels, without pulleys, just by pure muscle. That's preposterous poppycock. You talk about fantasy world. Hey, you talk about fairy tales. That's a fairy tale. But it's better than that. All right, we are reviewing the book called Dead Men's Secrets. So last time I gave you an introduction, and I said, hey, listen, there's some big monuments around the world. In fact, in this chapter 16, there are 57 of these examples of architectural marvels and wonders that are built around the world that we can't build today. You know, it's one thing to say, well, yeah, we could duplicate that today. But when you've got monuments out here, as I pointed out last time, you got a block of rock that weighs 200,000, not 200 tons, 200,000 tons, which is 5 Queen Marys. Somebody quarried that block of rock. and then moved it and set it in place. There isn't anybody in the world today that can do that. The entire Russian apparatus, the American, the Russians, the French, the British, the Europeans, the Chinese, all combined, can't pick it up and move it. Now, somebody did that past tense. Now, how'd they do that? We don't know. We ain't got a clue. And there's 57 of those stories here in the book. It's called Dead Men's Secrets. You can probably get a copy of it down at Barnes & Noble. It's fairly new. It's 2004. The author's name is Jonathan Gray. And it's put out by an outfit called, kind of an odd publisher here. I've never heard this name before. They call themselves Teach Services Incorporated. Published by Teach Services Incorporated. They got a webpage. It's www.teachservices.com. And it's TEACHS is in capitals, and ERVICES.com is in lowercase. It's the way they've got it here in the book. I'm very impressed by the book. I have heard about these stories. I have heard about batteries in the Museum of Baghdad. And I've heard of airplanes out of Ecuador, model airplanes, you know, little models of airplanes that were jets. You know, and today we would look at that and say, my God, that's a jet airplane. And made out of silver, you know, little ornaments and things like that. And you hear about these little stories. The 14-foot skeleton I told you about last time that was in the museum up in Chicago disappeared. And this author points out that the Smithsonian is sitting on warehouses full of this stuff, and they won't put it out. They haven't destroyed it. In some cases they have. It's been destroyed, but much of it is in the warehouses, and they're not putting it out on display. It doesn't fit evolution, and if it doesn't fit evolution, then we don't put it out. And so this guy wrote a book. See how many pages are in here. It's a pretty thick book. It's like 300 pages. Come on, page numbers. Show me your stuff here. Oh, my God. Tell me there's no page numbers. Here we are, 350. Yeah, it's 350 pages or more. 350 pages, and it talks about geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, social organization, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items, clothing, art, medicine, flight, space travel, ancient science and civilization, all of it documented, all of it with physical evidence that we have uncovered over the last 200, 300, 400 years. And it's sitting around in warehouses, being carefully hidden, being carefully concealed, but it's all well documented. And he's done a very professional job, footnoted it, showed you the sources. I got to tell you this story. Now, last program I told you about a 12,000-foot elevation here in the Andes Mountains, where they've got this fantastic city over here with the ruins and so on, well documented by the Spanish when they got in there. They blew it up and destroyed most of it. Some of it, I mean, the site's still there. Most of the rocks are still there. They got pictures in the book here of the rocks. The tragedy of it was the destruction that was wrought by the Spanish. They just came in there and just tore it all to hell. Not exactly clear why they tore it all up. It didn't all have gold and silver in it, but much of it did, and they robbed it and stole from it. Did you know that there are pyramids in the world that are bigger than the Great Pyramid of Cheops? Now, if you're like me, you know, you heard that the Great Pyramid of Egypt is the biggest pyramid in the world. Down in Mexico City, 40 miles out of town, there's a couple of pyramids called the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon. I saw those as a kid. You know, I was about 20 years old or so. I went down there and I looked at those pyramids, and my God, these two pyramids look just like the pyramids over in Egypt. How could these people over here in the New World be building pyramids that look just like the pyramids in Egypt unless they had had some kind of communication? I mean, I can see people building a pyramid, you know, on both sides of the oceans, but you got to have, you know, if they look alike, they got to look different, you know, if they never had any communication. If they look exactly alike, well, then obviously one saw the other and copied it. I don't know who copied what from who, but I'm pointing out that these pyramids are all over the world. It isn't just here in the New World or in the Maya lands or the Aztecs and so on, but hell, these pyramids are in China. They're in Australia. They're in the United States of America. Did you know we got 9 pyramids over here in the United States of America, sitting over in Illinois? I never read about those pyramids here in the United States when I went to school. I never heard a word about them. And one day my wife said, my wife is from Illinois, and she said, have you ever heard of the pyramids in Illinois? I looked at her like, pyramids? She says, yeah, they're about the same size as the Great Pyramid of Cheops in Egypt, and there's 9 of them in Illinois. And I looked at her like, lady, you got to be out of your mind. There's no pyramids in America. If there were, I would have heard about it when I went to school. And she said, well, turn left here. Let's go take a look at one. So we drove out into the countryside. And here's this great big mountain. There are parks. You know, the state of Illinois has a park there. I climbed to the top of one of them. The top of the pyramid, the top of this pyramid in Illinois is 1/2 acre in size. That's the top. The top is a 1/2 acre. It's bigger than your house. It's bigger than your lot for most of you people out there. I was looking on the computer last night, and we were taking a look at houses in the Los Angeles area, and there's lots, 7,000-foot lot, 8,000-foot lot, 6,000-foot lot. I mean, you people live on pieces of ground that aren't as big as the top of this pyramid. I'm not talking the bottom of the pyramid. I mean the top of it. And then, yeah, it sits on acres and acres of land, and it's 400 feet tall, and it's built out of dirt, and somebody packed all that dirt up there. I'm telling you, boys and girls, that if you had to go out here and build that pyramid today, if you called the Caterpillar Tractor Company, you'd have to have a major contracting outfit like Guy F. Atkinson to come out there and build something like that. You know, we look at it and we say, oh, well, just a bunch of Indians with a bunch of baskets carrying dirt stacked it up there. There's no Indian tribes around here ever claimed that they built that thing. It was there when they arrived. That's what they're telling us. Well, anyway, here, listen to this. The tallest building in the world until this century, until the 21st century, and still the most massive structure on Earth, is an ancient pyramid 120 stories high. 120 stories. All right, now the Great Pyramid is 450 feet high. That's 450 times 10. It's 4,500 feet. Is that right? No. It's, I think the Great Pyramid of Cheops, if I remember, is 450 feet divided by 10. Yeah. That's 45 stories. Now remember that the Twin Towers in New York, the Twin Towers, they're 110 stories tall. Remember that? I think they were 1,100 feet, as I recall, because there's 10 feet to a story, no round numbers. So you got 110 times 10. Yeah, they're 1,100 feet tall. All right. This pyramid is sitting in China today. Today, in China. You know, where they find all these great things every once in a while. Well, it stands on a long, desolate, flat stretch of land 40 miles west of the ancient capital, Xianfu, on an old dirt road, caravan trail, and crosses from Peking, or Beijing they call it today, to the Mediterranean. About 2,000 feet at the base, it rises some 1,200 feet. All right, it's 2,000 feet at the base, and it rises 1,200 feet. 1,200 feet. The Great Pyramid in Egypt, 450 feet. This one rises 1,200 feet. There are actually 7 pyramids, flat-topped, with 3 carved giants resting along the outer edges. The 4 faces of the pyramids are, like so many ancient structures, aligned to the compass points. Traces of color remain on the sides, indicating that colors that were given to each side: east, aqua green; south, red; west, black; north, white; and on the flat tops, traces of yellow. A pair of American adventurers who roamed Asia between the 2 world wars, R.C. Anderson and Frank Shearer, were shown these pyramids, and Anderson visited Egypt's pyramids in 1970 and believed himself to be the only man living to have seen both the Chinese and the Egyptian pyramids. In 1946, a U.S. Army airplane crew rediscovered and photographed these pyramids from the air. Place 26 skyscrapers the size of the Empire State Building, and you have the volume of the largest Shin-Si pyramid. All right, you ever hear of that? I hadn't either. So I wanted to tell you. Some skyscrapers, heights, and constructions in China equivalent to 120 stories, Ecuador 60 stories, Egypt 48, Bermuda seabed 42, Italy 35, Iraq 30, Guatemala 23, India 22, Mexico 21, Kampuchea, K-A-M-P-U-C-H-E-A, Kampuchea 20, Arabia 20, and Turkey 20. Now these are all buildings or monuments in China, Ecuador, Egypt, Bermuda, Italy, Iraq, Guatemala, India, Mexico, Kampuchea, wherever that is, I can't tell you. If you want to check me out, K-A-M-P-U-C-H-E-A. Probably some new country in Africa. Arabia and Turkey, 20-story tall buildings. Hell, we weren't building 20-story buildings until 1900. And they're still here. These structures, by the way, boys and girls, have withstood time for thousands of years. And it's thought that all of these structures are built before Noah's flood and survived the flood. Or they were built right after the flood in the period of time between Noah and the Tower of Babel and up to the time of Abraham, which would have been around 2000 BC. Now, some of these monuments went through the flood. I would guess they survived the flood. I could be wrong about that. They may have all been built on this side of the flood, every last one of them. But my guess is that some of these things, especially up in the Andes Mountains, unless, of course, they had that technology after the flood and then it was destroyed after the flood, which this guy points out could well be the case. Now, this is the section on construction, large-scale construction. There's another section in here that's called construction techniques. It's chapter 17. There's 64 examples of construction techniques. He starts off by saying, it is a human impossibility, gasped Hyatt Verrill. And he's right, and yet it happened. The great mountains of the Peruvian Andes are awesome enough until you gaze up those extremely steep slopes, and you perceive the death-defying ruins perched on top of these mountaintops. The setting is terrifyingly wild, mountains miles high, vanishing into the sky, notched with narrow ledges, slashed with ravines and bottomless gorges. Waterfalls of an awesome beauty plunge from these immaculate snowy peaks down into the damp, unknown depths of the canyons. So rare is the air that even the mules are obliged to stop every 10 paces to catch their breath. Here at the frontiers of the impossible, a vanished civilization set gems in stone, astonishing and astoundingly assembled polygonal walls suspended over the abyss. They carved practically vertical stairways up stupendous precipices. High in the clouds rises one acrobatic stairway of 64 steps, which had to be carved in a place where one could only get a toehold for support. Another comprises 600 steps. Just imagine that. And then here are the pictures of these stairways up these mountains. Now, these ingenious jewels, or jewelers in rock, ascended a dizzying mountain no wider than the blade of a sword, and topped it with watchtowers and walls pierced with lookouts. The mountain drops away so abruptly that if a workman slipped, his body would not hit the bottom for 3,000 feet. Today, on all sides, the ruins of temples, fortresses, and towers surmount the peaks and cling to the vertical sides of the canyons like ivy. Overlooking a waterfall, a splendid palace rises above the fierce abyss, impossible to reach. How was this palace built? Terraces were miraculously inlaid into vertical slopes, perched over the canyon faults. How did they hoist up heavy, carved rocks by the thousands? Site after site is built atop bluffs, which are too steep to be accessible. Many seem to have been literally hurled up as though the monstrous stones flew there. A high carved niche opens out over the abyss, under a ridge shaped like the letter I. The rock was leveled and encrusted with carefully joined stone cubes. Only a daring mountaineer hanging from a rope could possibly reach it. The builder magicians, I tell you, had no sense of the impossible. Everywhere loom buildings that defy the laws of equilibrium and gravity, as well as vertigo. These are a triumph of human daring and of technology which almost smacks of science fiction. And would you believe it? Sometimes the enormous blocks were brought from quarries more than 1,000 miles away. Now, boys and girls, let me point this out. You got rock. Now, these aren't the super big rocks. These are rocks, of 10, be 3, 6, 9, 10 tons. Little rocks, about the size of the rocks that went into the Great Pyramid, the blocks of rock. But they're raised up on mountains, steep mountains, that are up around 10 to 12,000 feet in the Andes Mountains, where the air is so thin that the mules have to stop about every 10 paces to catch their breath. Now, how the hell do you build stuff like that up there in those mountains? It isn't being built by muscle labor. It's being built by some kind of machines and mechanical labor. Now, many are covered with intricate carvings. No man alive could duplicate such carvings with the stone tools that we find. As Hyatt Verrell remarks, it is not a question of skill, patience, and time. It is a human impossibility. I mean, we're just taking a look at it, boys and girls. It's there. Like it or lump it. There's the pictures of it here in the book. And I've seen this, time and time again. It was the Incas and the Aztecs, that built some of these monuments years ago. How'd they do that? Where'd they get that kind of technology? And the thing here that is so ingenious in this book are that these kinds of monuments have been found all over the world, and the genius that this guy, Jonathan Gray, has put together here is that he's rounded up not one or two odd ones like you and I have heard about, reading about it in Reader's Digest, or some odd story. I mean, he put it all together. Antarctica. There are traditions of a legendary rainbow city where the colors of the rainbow are said to have been used in the construction of the buildings and even in the paving of the streets. In Rome, glass-storied theater. Emilio Scararo, S-C-A-U-R-O, Scararo, one of Sulla's generals, had a 3-floored theater built at Rome for 80,000 spectators. The first floor of marble, the second floor of glass, the third of gilded wood. Boys and girls, 80,000 spectators. The big stadiums of baseball and football today hold 50. The big stadiums. Is there an 80,000-seat stadium here in the United States of America? If there is, send me an email and let me know where it's at. Would you? I don't think there are any 80,000-seat stadiums anywhere in the world today. I haven't heard of any. This guy in Rome built an 80,000-seat stadium. Worldwide, the use of concrete, the standard mixture of sand and cement that makes up most building blocks of today, was evidently worldwide. Listen to this. They found it at Yaxuna, Tucoba, Mexico, Cuauhcillo, Mexico, Guatemala, Quito, Ecuador, Cunza, Ecuador, Marchusni, Peru, Santa Cruz, Bolivia, Pompeii, Italy, Tourette-sur-Loup, France, Cohard, France, Crete, Sterveco, Yugoslavia, Egypt, Northwest China, Western Australia, Arkansas in the USA, Tennessee in the USA, and New Mexico in the USA are all sites where we have found ancient monuments or buildings made with cement that we didn't discover and use here in the modern world until the last 2 centuries. Well, obviously the concrete technology was available all over the world, for crying out loud, thousands of years ago. Well, how come we didn't have concrete over the last 1,000 years if it was available to those people 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago? Boys and girls, they had technology years ago. And then we lost sight of it. We went into what we call the Dark Ages. And then Julius Caesar went into Alexandria and destroyed 1 million volumes in the Alexandria Library. And the Romans, have been called the great builders, the great civilization. The Romans were the great destroyers. The Romans destroyed more than they ever built. Civilization and technology was so much greater than when the Romans were here as to defy description. The Romans never discovered anything. They destroyed what they found. And that's one more example. Let's take a look at another one. The seabed off Bimini, but now raised into a jetty material at Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Perfectly drilled 5-pointed star holes with sharply defined tips cut right through 12-foot long blocks of granite. Other huge 1/2 to 6-inch diameter round holes perfectly drilled through 12-foot thick blocks of rock. Granite, one of the most abrasive stones, wears expensive diamond drill bits down to nothing very quickly. Okay, kids, and they took it off the seabed off Bimini. It's now sitting in the jetty material at Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Perfectly drilled 5-pointed star holes with sharply defined tips cut right through 12-foot long blocks of granite. Another huge 1/2 to 6-inch diameter round holes perfectly drilled through 12-foot thick blocks. Hey kids, we ain't had that technology over the past 100 years. Where'd those people get it thousands of years ago? 200 years, 500 years, 1,000, 2,000 years ago. Where'd it come from? Did it come from savages evolving from monkeys, dragging their hands or knuckles on the ground? Come on, kids, let's grow up and get real. The people over in Borneo who are still living back in the Stone Age are not doing that kind of technology. And you're sitting there saying, well, you know, we men, we're getting smarter and smarter as time goes along. Hell, we can't do that today. Over in Turkey, the boring of holes finer than the thinnest needle in a block of hard stone. Turkey. Over in Turkey. They got holes bored through stone which is finer than the thinnest needle. We can't do that today. Boring into granite rock with drills that turned 500 times faster than modern power drills today. 500 times faster. In Peru, Tibet, Egypt, and the Sudan, outer walls sheeted in gold, silver, polished marble, or sparkling white gypsum. Granite building blocks, smoothly polished like glass. Practically all buildings of antiquity have been stripped of their outer shiny surfaces, so that today we see only the raw stonework. In Syria, Babylon, Mexico, Samaria, plaster-coated surfaces. In Tibet and Babylon, decorated enamel or blue porcelain walls. Enamel, blue porcelain, Tibet and Babylon, today. China, Babylon, Mexico, and Egypt, multicolor surfaces on building exteriors. In Brazil, the use of different colored stones in the approach steps to buildings. Peru, steps polished like glass. Bolivia, colored decorated pillars. Greece and Peru, hydraulic gates opened by means of a complicated jet of water. In Crete, Etruscans in Italy, hydraulic lifts. Essential to the support of highly technological society must have been the use of massive water storage dams of modern strength. The enigma was, vestiges of these appeared not to exist. As I sought for evidence, the question kept emerging. Had river rampages obliterated all traces? Recently, one solution to this mystery fell open in quite a bizarre manner. Arkansas. Carpet rock, an area an acre or so in size, which recently split off the Petite Jean mountainside, has a curved grid of ironwork running all through it that gives it the carpet appearance. Examination, however, shows it to be reinforced concrete with the steel gridwork still intact and little rusted, surprisingly, until you realize that it was sealed from oxidation until splitting off the cliff only recently. The whole cliff, Carpet Rock and Petite Jean, is thus seen to be one vast concrete pour, very, very old. It was the spillway of a vast dam which must have contained the White River and the Arkansas River in one great impounded lake. Now, does this sound like the work of semi-primitive men who had to use stone tools, horses, and vine ropes? No, the early builders obviously had sophisticated techniques. In later times, methods became more basic and building less ambitious. The earlier apparatus fell into disuse, gradually disintegrated, and was ultimately lost to history. That's here in Arkansas. Carpet Rock. Features of houses, 2- and 3-story dwellings. In Lebanon, Crete, Tunisia, Arizona, houses of 5 and 6 stories. Pakistan, Babylonia, expert construction in bricks, or expert construction in bricks similar to our own, heated to about 900 degrees. So they weren't just making mud bricks, boys and girls, they were making fired bricks. All right, we've been taking a look at construction techniques in large-scale construction. I'm an old-timey contractor. That caught my eye right away. I see these buildings, monuments. I see concrete being used, cement being used in ancient structures. I see pyramids in China. I see pyramids in Mexico. I see pyramids in Illinois. There are pyramids all over the world. Pyramids, like the pyramids of Egypt, all over the world. Who built them and why? I suspect many of those were built before the flood. And if not, then the technology from before the flood, assuming that it was all destroyed, then was built after the flood, in that period of time between about 2350 BC and about, maybe 1500 BC, maybe a 1,000-year period. Now, there's a lot of questions that you probably have in your mind that are answered in other chapters in the book. Always keep in mind that when I review a book, I cannot read the whole thing to you. You know, I can't cover every page, every subject, every topic, every chapter. So I pick out of the book those chapters that are really boggle the mind. Now, there's one in here that deals with Electricity. Have I got electric in here? Where is it? Geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items. There's a chapter in here that deals with electricity, and I can't put my finger on it. So I'm not going to spend the time looking for it right now. How about microscopes? Microscope. Did Moses have a microscope? Now, we know that Galileo discovered the telescope, sometime in the 1500s. And then from that, somebody got smart and they said, well, if we can see out to the moon, can we see something a little bit smaller? And then we polished glass. And then we made the glass convex and concave. And as time progressed, we finally came up with microscopes. Well, listen to this story. It's chapter 15. Glasswork. Microscope on a sexy spider. Leaping lizards. What do you make of that? Shall we bank for another run? The Peruvian flyers could scarcely believe their eyes. Spread out below all over the desolate Nazca Plateau was a mass of geometric patterns and giant pictures of birds, animals, and people as far as the eye could see. These ground-drawn objects were so numerous that they could be seen only from an airplane. Small wonder that they were not discovered until that day in 1939. Now, here are some really fabled, and you've probably heard this what do they call this thing now? Nazca, N-A-Z-C-A. I imagine if you put that into a Google search, you probably get a lot of information, Nazca. Anyway, for those of you that are uninitiated, down here in Peru, up around 15,000 feet, there's a flat plateau. And on this plateau is a spider. This spider is 6 miles across. It's built about 18 inches high out of just little rocks. Somebody went out here, and they just picked up little rocks, and they built a stone wall 18 inches high. And they built it in the outline of a spider. And the thing is 6 miles across. 6 miles! And it's in perfect size. I mean, the legs are the perfect size with the head, and the head's perfect sized with the body. And it's got all 8 legs, and they all stick out in one thing. There's monkeys and other animals, and there's people, and they're 6-8 miles across. The only way you can see, when you're on the ground and you're walking along, what you see is a stone wall. And so you walk along and you say, gee, here's a little stone wall, 18 inches. It won't keep a sheep in, it won't keep a llama in, it won't keep a cow in, and it's about 18 inches high, and it's uniform in height, and it goes out there for a long, long ways. I mean, you can look down this wall, and it curves, and it's, but you can't see what it is. You could not tell that that was a spider by looking at this walking on the ground. But in 1939, some guy's flying over it with an airplane, taking pictures, and he says, oh my God, there's a great big spider down there, and it's 6 miles across. Well, then they went down there and they started measuring this thing. Who built that? And who built the monkey? And who built the people, the outlines of these people in these 18-inch stone walls? That's who built it. And then the question is, why? Why would anybody do such a thing? Because you couldn't appreciate it. You couldn't even know it was there unless you were in an airplane flying over it. You have to be in an airplane. You got to be up in the air over the top of it to see what the hell it is. That's how big it is. Now that tells you pretty plainly that whoever built that thing built that to be looked at, and the people that are going to look at it are going to look at it from an airplane or from up in the air. Could be a gas balloon. I mean, But then if that's the case, then gas balloons were invented before 1700. First one I heard of was a hot air balloon flown in France about 1705 or something like that. But it gets better than that. Not only do we need an airplane to see this, fashioned by an unknown pre-Inca culture and covering an area of 30 square miles, they're still unexplained. So here's 30 square miles of plateau with a number of these monuments, these monkeys, spiders, and people laid out on the ground in 18-inch high little rock walls. We have no idea, working from the ground, anybody could execute such figures in perfect proportion. They can be observed successfully only from 1,000 feet in the air. One of the drawings depicts a spider. It has one leg deliberately lengthened and extended, and at the tip of the leg there is a small cleared area. Now there's only one spider known who uses the tip of its third leg in this precise manner shown in the drawing in this 6-mile-long rock wall spider. It's called the Riccinuli. It's spelled R-I-C-I-N-U-L-E-I. Riccinuli. That's the way I'm pronouncing it. It inhabits caves deep in the Amazon jungle. This spider is recognized by scientists for its unique method of copulation, for which it uses that extended leg in the described manner that's in this spider at Nazca Plateau in Peru. It is an extremely rare species of spider. Now, for the incredible part. This spider's mode of reproduction can be only observed by the aid of a microscope. Boys and girls, let's stop and think about this for a minute. Up here on top of this plateau is this huge spider, 6 miles across. You can't even see that this is a spider unless you're up in an airplane at least 1,000 feet in the air. So you can look down on it and see 6 miles across. This spider is in perfect proportion. It's built out of rock. It's not big rocks now, just little ordinary rocks. You can just pick them up and stack them in a rock wall. And the spider now, from the tip of one side of it to the tip of the other side, is 6 miles across, and then from the other side to the other side, it's about 4 miles across. It's wider than it is. It's longer than it is wide. So it's 4 by 6 miles. You got to be in an airplane to see it. The third leg is extended in a way that only this rare spider extends its leg. This leg is used in copulation, in reproduction. And the only way that you can see the way this spider reproduces with this leg is with a microscope. What's that tell you? It tells you that the guy that built the spider up there had to have a microscope to observe the spider so that he would know that the spider reproduces with this third leg. Then when it's reproduced, it's done by a spider being built in stone walls in perfect proportions, 4 by 6 miles. Now, boys and girls, that's quite a story. So the question is, how were these artists able to find and then observe their tiny model unless we can see that they inherited a knowledge of science equaling our own, including the use of the ground optical lens in a microscope? Turning therefore to glasswork, we find ourselves treated to more surprises from the ancient world. And yet nothing is incredible any longer. The word impossible should have become literally impossible for us. China, before 2500 BC, Assyria, 2700 BC, and Medzamer, Armenia, 2500 BC, the making of glass was well known. In Haifa, Israel, a glass block weighing 88 tons. There are only 2 masses of glass that are larger than this 88 tons, and both are the casts for the huge mirrors of the Mount Palomar telescopes. Got this? Ancient times, 88-ton piece of glass. It's sitting in Haifa, Israel. Now, we're told, of course, that ancient man was backward. I hope my curiosity will be pardoned. I have a question. How did those early races develop the enormous amount of heat necessary to melt the ingredients into this enormous mass of glass? Well, obviously, this block is inexplicable, except with reference to a super technology. Now, I want to point out that when you got a piece of glass 88 tons in size, boys and girls, those Mount Palomar telescopes, that telescope, that 200-incher up there, it's bigger. It weighs more than that 88 tons. Now go back, do a Google search on Mount Palomar. They built the thing back in the 1930s. And when you read the story of how that Palomar telescope was built, it'll just boggle your mind. And here is a story back in ancient times. They got a block of rock that they call glass. It's 88 tons in size. Huh? Boy, you got to have real technology. That Palomar telescope was designed and built by the Corning Glass Works in New York. They were the only people in the world that could cast a piece of glass that big, and that was back in the 1930s. Then the thing had to be shipped on railroad cars, special railroad cars out to California. Then they had to move it from the railroad cars in Los Angeles up to the top of this mountain. I mean, it's a story that just boggles your mind. It was a hell of a feat back in the 1930s. And here we got the same thing going on thousands of years ago. But they didn't have railroads, and they didn't have trucks, they didn't have gas engines, they didn't have furnaces. Way back there, they were dragging their knuckles on the ground, hitting their old lady over the head and dragging her off by the hair. That's what we're told in school. Come on. What we're dealing with here in modern times is a fairy tale, like the Land of Oz for adults. Evolution is a fairy tale for adults, and they tell us long, long ago and far, far away. What a bunch of horse pucky. Now, the book again is called Dead Men's Secrets. The author is Jonathan Gray. I'm not sure you'll find this book in a used bookstore. It's pretty new. It's published in 2004. I think if you went to Barnes & Noble, they'd probably get you a copy of it. Dead Men's Secrets. I don't know where this came from. I've got books stacked up here in my office that are here for review. I probably have 30 stacked up here now. I picked this book up the other day. I couldn't set it down. I never saw anything like it. Now, I've heard these stories. I've heard of that Nazca Plateau. I probably read about it in Discover Magazine or maybe Reader's Digest, you know, or something like that. And then, you know, you read these odd stories, and then you say, God, that's really amazing. And then, you know, you don't hear any more about it. Over a course of a lifetime, you probably can think of 10 or 15 of those. This guy, Gray, has them in here by the hundreds. There's one section in here that has 103 examples. On construction, there's chapter 15 and 16. One of them's 57, and the other one is something else. I've forgotten exactly. Yeah, here it is. There's 57 examples of skyscraper height, huge constructions, and etc. And then there's 64 examples of construction techniques that are modern. You know, techniques like concrete that I told you about. Now, I can't sit here and read them all to you because I want to cover a broader spectrum than that. But listen, there's 18 areas of life and technology, like sailing around the world. You know, Columbus discovered America back in 1492, and we say, hey, he was the first guy to get over here. I've mentioned this in the past. That's poppycock. Poppycock. When Columbus got here, there were people here, for crying out loud. To say Columbus discovered America is nonsense. When he got here, the continent was people. There were people everywhere. So obviously those people got over here somehow. So the archaeologists come along and say, well, yeah, they did, see, but there was this land bridge between Siberia and Alaska. And they came across that land bridge. Well, that's probably true. There probably was a land bridge there at one time. And people probably came across it. But there were ships. And these people knew about ships. And there are examples of ships. Now, of course, now we got this fairy tale, Columbus discovered America. And a guy by the name of Barry Fell, I reviewed his book here, it was called America BC, shows that there are Egyptian ships and Roman ships that are sunk off the coast of New England here in the United States. And coins from those ships wash up on the beach. Then they go out in the water with scuba gear and they find these ships sunk. And then they go down in the ship and they find coins. And these coins have dates. And these dates are 300 AD or 300 BC. Now, how long do coins last? Reach in your pocket and pull out some coins and look at the dates on the coins. Men have been making coins for thousands of years, and these coins have dates on them. What's the oldest date that you can remember in your pocket? Do you have any coins 100 years old? And the answer is no. Coins don't last for 100 years. They last for about 20, 30, 40, 50. So we put a date of 100 years on a coin. When you find a coin that's dated 328 AD with an emperor of Rome's picture on the face, then you know that it was within 100 years of that date. And when you find lots of coins with lots of different dates, you can just about date within 100 years as to when that ship sank. That's the bottom line. We got ships all over.
Test 1 2.
We got ships all over.
Which one? Sorry, what? You got to tell me what. What do you mean?
I know, bro.
Hey, Cash, give me 1 second.
Alright, do your thing.
I'm sorry. What symbol, John? What symbol? No? I'm legit curious about what symbol you're talking about. Okay. You should put on your...
Hey, Ron.
What up, Selena? We had some good sniper shots the other day.
You're lying. Did I get him?
Thank you.
Yeah, good game. Hey, you guys want to do a room or what?
It's just us two, honestly.
All right, then let's just play. Let's play classic then.
Yeah, I was about to say ain't nobody else on. That's just me and Cash.
All right.
But I am down for it though.
I'm always down.
Supposed to be calling this chick, but I don't feel like being on no damn phone.
Hell no, man. PUBG's more important.
I'm sorry,
It really ain't like shit.
You said PUBG's more important.
That's what I said, yeah. PUBG is more, for real. I'm just getting no shorty and shit. I'm not even tripping.
It doesn't really. It only asks for one thing a month. It's a royal pass. It's always given. It never turns off. I'm just kidding.
Nah, you know, bro.
I'm just kidding.
I ain't paying for it.
I like that royal pass, man. I like it.
I like it. I just like not to for it.
Yeah. I hate that I bought into it. I feel guilty every time.
Apple likes to double charge me sometimes.
Oh, bitches. That's fucked up.
What do you get double charged for?
Yo, I don't know. It's just like Apple just always fucking up shit. Every time I buy something.
Swear.
Yeah,
you know, I had, me and Ricky had Disney Plus, right? Disney Plus.
Yeah.
And we had turned that shit off a long time ago and we were still getting charged for it. And we were like, what the fuck are we getting charged for?
Yeah.
So I called Disney Plus and the lady was like, hi, I'm here to make your day magical. I was like, can this bitch hurry the fuck up what she gotta say so I can turn my shit off?
About to make your day magical.
I know. She goes, I hope to make your day magical. And then she was like,
so these magic
help
charges.
you. Yeah,
So these
fucking
magic
Disney.
charges on my account.
And I was like, why do I keep getting charged? I was like, I canceled this in November and I'm getting charged February 2020.
Captain.
She was like, oh, she goes, where do you live? And so I tell her where I live. I'm like, I live in Abilene, Texas. She goes, you live in Abilene? She goes, well, whoever's on the account, it says Houston.
Always date your
I was like, bitch, I'm from Houston. What the fuck?
Or below. Never, ever date.
So she turned it off and she gave me my money back because somebody had me in Ricky's account. And we don't know who.
Bottom of my heart.
And they were just using it.
I don't want you to go through
social,
not social, emotional
Hell yeah,
distress.
they had it's $15 a month.
Older
Like
women
hell
know
no.
how to
They kept your account open. There's a
I'd rather pay my Netflix.
I gotta watch Jet Jackson next week.
A lot more. So I wouldn't.
I want to watch Great.
Deal with that. I was dating a 30-year-old when I was 18, and it was really evil. Like she was treating me like shit, but I thought I was being bad.
What happened?
Because she was saying that I was
No.
bad. In reality, I was young. I wasn't gonna be at her level, right? So that's what they push on you. They push that you're not at their level, and you feel like you need to be at their level. So that's like, so that's actually that's the conflict, is that they're older, and they expect more from life, and you're younger. You're kind of just learning. So you don't want to live a life where you're being told how to live your life and what you're doing is right or wrong, right? You kind of figure that out because that's what growing and being an adult is. I hope you're still there, Captain, and I hope you understood that.
Wasn't it on Disney XD?
I watched it before all that extra shit when it was just Disney.
Okay, yeah, I knew it was on Disney, but I think they ended up putting it on Disney XD.
It's damn near a 25-year-old movie. 20, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they ended up putting that shit on Disney XD.
Yeah, that shit's old. I used to
Sorry,
watch
Miss Jackson.
Jet Jackson. I used to watch that shit.
I am for real. Never meant to make your daughter cry.
There was a lot of good movies that used to come on Disney back in the day.
Swear, you know when it would go through the TV and you knew a movie was coming on late at night, you was like, hell yeah.
Bruh, like,
When it used to go doo doom doo doom doo doom doo doom doo doom doo doom and show like all the TV shows, you knew a movie was coming on.
yeah.
So I'd be like, hell yeah, and I got a reason to stay up. Because, you know, when you was little, you ain't got no phone, you just be sitting there watching TV not knowing what the fuck to do.
Bruh, I was trying to watch Comic View with my parents.
Swear.
Bruh.
You be laughing in the doorway, your parents, go to fuck to bed.
Go to bed. Ha ha ha. I try to laugh with them. Ha ha ha. That's funny. I don't know what the hell they talking about on the TV.
Yeah. Get your ass in trouble and shit.
Like,
Now, I already told you.
I know my parents just wanted to sit back, smoke their weed, and chill. I'm sitting there disturbing them. Ha 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 ha.
Hey, you got two left, two.
You said I'm sitting there disturbing them.
Yeah. Ha 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 ha.
There's another M4 in here, Cass, if you want it, or whoever else if you don't want it.
I need the ammo out there, James.
Marked a vehicle.
I need the
I'll drop you some when you get here.
I need the gun. Yeah, this will be long as hell.
I'm looking for a backpack, man.
Yeah, I can't
There's
find
right here.
Oh, thanks, Jen.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
Oh, there's a
you.
level one. I got
I'll
supplies.
take that.
But you're awesomeness.
Tactical stock on me. If you guys want one.
Have y'all tried the lemon berry slush float from Sonic?
No.
That sounds dang.
It's actually really good. You just gotta mix it. Like, I thought you just drank it how it was, but I think you're supposed to mix it. Because after I mixed it, it was good. The lemon at the bottom was just too strong.
Too strong? Okay, I was gonna say, it probably just settles, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta let it sit.
High fructose corn syrup, concentrate.
My favorite.
Exactly.
Yes.
Diabetes. Now you're talking.
I just.
It was funny. I came in the house and my niece saw it. She started crying for something. I said, "All right, come get a sip then." She got.
Come get a sip of this.
Before I mixed it. It was before I mixed it. I said, "All right, you gonna cry for everything? Come on then."
You could sell it as
She got a
lean on the
drink.
streets.
You just saw like the betrayal in her face because it was so sour.
You can't believe you did this to me.
Lean has like this oily consistency though. I don't think that'll work. He said we could sell it as lean in the streets. I don't know.
No,
I don't know about that one. It's
If
yellow.
you're still there.
Yeah.
I don't know. The
saw your
crackheads will buy
message.
anything though.
Let me see. Going back.
Oh, shit. Well, it's not the crackheads we're worried about. They're trying to buy crack. We're talking about people who buy
Captain,
lean.
Personal experience. Another reason.
Let me rephrase
and
that.
something I experienced.
The teenagers
More
will buy anything.
I was dating
Right, there we
her.
go. Because crackheads
She
won't
cared
buy
more
anything, but they'll sell it.
About my her
They'll sell you the back to remote.
siblings. Sorry, her
Like,
kids. Than she did me because she was a
selling
mom first
batteries and
a
odd
girlfriend
numbers.
second, and that's how you'll
Yeah, you
always
got
be
these
in
5
that
batteries.
relationship. You will be
Always got
the
one
boyfriend,
battery,
but you'll be the boyfriend second. You'll never be first, and that's something that I had.
They
a big
scare
issue
me.
dealing with that.
It
That's why I don't go to no 7-Eleven at night.
Again, dude, you're a great guy, man.
It was nothing
I
but.
hope you're doing well.
It's crazy because I lived in a nice neighborhood.
Take care, man.
Most of my
Just watch the stream. I mean, I'll still be
But
here.
it was always crackheads in the neighborhood.
Yeah, you go continue on and play.
It's a nice suburb with just a shit of crackheads.
I got gas.
I think
I got gas.
the rich people are the ones that are doing the crack.
They're the worst. We live in a nice area, and dude, there's so much coke over here.
Yeah,
It's
coke,
ugly,
crack.
dude. Coke is crack.
They still
Coke is crack.
Yeah, they
A cocaine addict is as bad as a crack addict, dude. Honestly.
Yeah, they just got the money to sustain it.
Yep.
That's all.
Yep. Oof, it's ugly. Man, it's bad over here.
That's a drug man. I don't fuck with hard.
Me either, dude.
Me neither.
No thanks.
Like I'll do a psychedelic once in a while. I'll pop some.
Oof, that's a little too much, but yeah.
I don't smoke. I used to smoke weed until I had my daughter, and I don't.
Oh, how
I
old
never
are you?
liked smoking weed, anyways.
I stay sober.
I'm 17.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, baby.
Oh, look at this. It's mine.
Oh, that thing.
Yes.
Oh, I was like, what is his? I was all trying to find it.
I thought you saw a bot or something.
It's mine. There's an M4 right there.
I want to kill. Yeah. I rarely drink.
Yeah, rarely drink too, man. I used to drink a lot. Now I don't.
Oh, I drink.
It's never been my.
You know what I like to drink though, Cash?
What's that?
I like sweet drinks. I'm a
Oh hell no.
sweet alcoholic.
I'm a sweet alcoholic. Sweetaholic?
Yeah.
Sweetaholic.
Like have you ever had tequila rose, strawberries and cream?
Yes.
No, I'm a grown man.
Oh.
Yes.
I'm like drinking that.
That shit, man. Let
When
me
you're
tell
a
you
kid,
something,
though,
Cash.
when you're a
Grown
kid-
men are not my.
When I was a kid, yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? No.
Even when I was a kid, you know what is really good to me though is the Seagrams that you're making me happy. That is my favorite thing to drink.
Have you had the mixed
Like a shitload
mixed
of
drinks
cocktails.
in a can? Like a tequila sunrise in a can?
Yeah, I was about to say my.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Those are
yeah, I know what
funny.
you're talking about.
Those are funny. Oh, they're nasty.
I don't know how y'all do it, man.
No, I used to, man. That was my shit.
Yeah.
My shit is
Just drink it.
definitely the
I like-
Seagrams.
I like.
I'm
grown
sorry.
men. I like whiskey. You know, brandy, Crown Royal.
Crown Royal. I agree.
Hennessy's good.
Yeah.
Someone has been here.
Yeah.
Have you had Hennessy and cream? That shit is fucking good.
Wait, like
See, I
what
don't
cream?
drink Hennessy.
What kind of cream?
I drink.
It's just Hennessy and cream. I don't know.
Like half and half?
No, not half and half. It's like you know when you get a snow cone and you want cream on your snow cone or something? Or you don't know what I'm talking
No,
about?
sorry. One more time.
So like, you ever got a snow cone and you were like, I don't know if y'all snow cone places do the cream,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
my
I'm-
snow cone
Is
place.
Is it like condensed
yeah,
milk?
it's not.
Like Cool Whip.
No, it's like it's kind of like Cool Whip, but it's something
Yeah.
else.
It's
It's,
like Cool
like
Whip.
really good. It's
Oh,
more
it's creamy.
more like a sticky substance,
Okay.
not a.
Almost like a whipped cream, but not really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
It's like whipped cream, but it's not.
Okay,
Yeah,
got
I know what
it.
you're talking
Okay. So you do that. So you serve a shot over ice, right?
Yeah, and then you get the cream in there, and I
Okay.
like to make mine like a slushy.
Ooh,
Yeah, that's not.
that's actually not bad.
Good.
That's actually
It
not
is
bad.
so good,
My
especially with coconut cream.
My favorite.
I'll go and buy the coconut cream for the snow cone place down the street. It is
Yeah.
so good.
Mixed drinks all day.
She'd be like, I remember one time the old lady asked me, she's like, girl, you always buy this coconut cream. What you using it for? I
None
said,
yet.
girl, me, Hennessy, and you.
It's between me and Hennessy. Oh man. One of my sweetest drinks, the best drinks that the one drink that I like that's sweet and I love is a White Russian.
Yeah, White Russians.
Oh man.
bourbon.
I like cupcake Moscato.
I like the bourbon cream that I put in my coffee.
Oh shoot! Where'd you get that?
Oh, I know what you're talking
Is
about.
that
That
Bailey's?
shit is good.
Yeah, well, I do Bailey's too, but this is I've been using some stuff. I have to. Right there.
Watch out!
They're in that building.
Oh shit.
We got fucking taken down.
We should have just stayed in the car. We got
Oh,
fucked
good.
up.
Damn. Jen, did you gain points at least?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I jumped out. Like I didn't realize that there was.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. I feel
Everyone
you.
did. Let me see.
He got me, and it was just too late.
Mm-hmm. Yo, what movie is this?
Platinum.
Oh, it's that dumbass movie. I don't think I like this movie.
All right, let's back out. Or Cash, can you give me the party lead?
Yeah, you want it?
Yeah.
Hold on real quick. Hold on, bro.
Selena's out?
Trying to get my home. Nah, she coming back in.
Oh. Okay. All right, cool.
I clicked my leave on accident.
That's all good.
Oh, you
Anybody?
I got.
I played with so many of your guys, dude. AVG. This is the first time I actually played with other people other than Aubrey and Fear.
I mean, you played with me plenty of times. It's just I have a different account though. It's Cash, bro. I mean, I had you on my friends list on my other account.
Oh shit.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, got it, man. Cool. What do you guys want to play?
That shit don't matter.
Don't
to
matter.
me.
All right. You said. Do you like Livic?
Yeah, I'm down with
Mm-hmm.
it.
All right, cool.
Yep. I feel like watching Goodfellas right now.
Oh,
my favorite movie.
That's your favorite one?
You will mark him and John Singleton.
Oh, dude, yeah. Fuck.
Two favorite directors right there.
Yeah. I just started watching documentaries now, man. Just got real.
Yeah, me too. I've been on
I haven't seen a good movie like other than the old movies that I love.
I like the Cold Case show on Netflix.
The Cold Case show. I want to check out.
Yeah, it's
check something like
they
that.
ended up opening the cold cases, and it's a show basically of all the cold cases that have been solved.
Ooh.
I've been watching a documentary on John Benet Ramsey.
So it's just really interesting.
That's a good one.
Yeah. It's been a lot of basically the chick that just got arrested for the Epstein shit just recently.
She's connected.
She's in a photograph.
She's connected somehow.
Yeah,
oh shit! Oh, dude, I'm telling you, and it's the same lawyers every time, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I think that chick is so connected to so much more, bro. Like, she's fucking.
Wait, what are you watching, Cash?
This is the case on John Benet Ramsey.
But
it was a pageant star.
But it ties in with today's current affairs, which is Ghislaine Maxwell.
With the pedophile ring, Epstein Island.
Yeah.
That's what those details were about. Presidential campaigning and everything last year. Not last year, last year. Those emails that Trump was talking about, deleted, it all ties back to that island.
Oh, the DNC, not the DNC, the Clinton emails?
Yep.
I know what you're talking about.
Damn.
Yeah. The Clintons are heavy. That shit, man.
Hey, they're dirty, bro.
Oh, they are.
Yeah,
they are.
Clintons are pretty dark.
I did not know that. And you know what else I didn't know? Like the Epstein thing, and I'm kind of going back into like watching Ancient Alien shit right now, is because in that fucking island that he had, he has.
Yeah, I can give
he
you
has
one
a
if
bunch
you
of
need
stuff
one.
like
Or there you go.
a temple. He had a temple, and yeah, like they worship the same shit from like the Egyptians and stuff. So it's like an old religion.
It's masonry.
It is, right?
Basically
It's like a different like Baal worship is all a part of the same thing, you know? Because I think it was Baal that they were worshiping there, dude.
Did you guys know why they're wanting to ban TikTok?
Something about it having spyware?
Yeah.
They lied. Someone on TikTok from the government exposed documents of Trump being involved in the sex trafficking of the kids that he takes. Like the ones that get taken away from their parents. There was a document that got leaked on TikTok apparently saying that where one of the kids went. And so it's just basically proof that he's really doing it, and they leaked it on there, and now Trump wants it deleted. Like, he wants the whole app just gone.
Well, it's not that. It's like, if you're trying to run a country, and you have another country's app in your country, and then they're making bad advertisement for you, you're not going to like that, right? So because China doesn't get along with America. So wouldn't it be curious or funny that the country that doesn't like you, that owns this app, that's really famous in the United States, create fake news videos and just blast them to kids so they can watch?
Well, it's not necessarily fake news, but they're all entwined together.
The what? There probably is some truth to it. I'm not taking that away from that. I don't trust anybody.
Biden is tied into it too. Like, Biden is a real fucking.
He's a weirdo, bro. He's a weirdo, dude.
This Muppet looking ass is definitely into some shit.
They're all into some shit. Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like, there's just so many fucking connections. What the fuck? I'm hit. I'm down.
I'm coming from up the hill.
Oh shit. They're over here.
Gosh, don't get knocked.
Oh, we're fucked. We got surrounded.
Yeah, that shit was... Damn.
You guys all got killed? What the?
Wait.
There's like probably like 3 people too.
Right.
Wait, why is Selena all the way over there?
I was still looting.
But yeah, back to that John Benet Ramsey shit though. What I suspected is that
I see them.
How do you see me from the pimping her out, and the parents knew it, so that's probably why they had it killed. Like it was some weird shit, man. Like, yeah.
Oh, that's ugly. Dude. You don't know how much, like, I don't want to, like, look into that whole thing because it's so dark. It's so
like
dark,
the mother had
dude.
Wrote the note, like the ransom note and everything. Like, shit was crazy.
Bro, it's dark. Once you start looking into that shit, like Epstein Island bullshit, dude. Whew. Bro, if you didn't believe in the devil, you'll believe in the devil after you fucking read about Epstein. For sure. Because that motherfucker is the devil, dude.
I've been reading on this shit since back in 2007. Like, that's how long I've been on this shit. Like,
yeah, me too, dude. I've been on that shit for a while, but it's just even now, like, now it's mainstream, so now it's cool for us to talk about it, right? Like, for the longest time, everyone was like, "Shut the fuck up, you weirdo." Now it's like, yeah, it's like everywhere, idiot. Mel Gibson was talking about it. Selena, ready up.
Hold on real quick. My homeboy just got on. I'm about to go squat up with him.
All right, man. See ya.
Yeah,
do y'all got more people on your list?
Huh?
You can do private. I said, do y'all have more people on your list on?
Yeah, I do. You want to do a private room?
Yeah, I was about to say. Let me link up with him, and I'm gonna shoot you a message. See what we're trying
to do.
We're
gonna see what he's on.
All right, cool.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. All right, see ya, man.
Here.
Peace. COVID prick. That guy Wright added me back again. I won't be deleting him anymore.
Yeah, I don't think I ever deleted.
That's cool. But it's just that he's gone for so long. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Runtown. What's up, dude? Welcome to the clan.
What time is it?
It's 9:41. 8:41. I'm gonna get off, actually.
Yeah.
America. We've got coins from Phoenicia and Egypt and Syria and Babylon all over America. That have been found and dug up here. Somebody says, well, you know, some guy brought it over here and then lost it. Oh, okay. And that happened hundreds and hundreds and thousands of times. And they're all lost. Now, if you believe that, you can believe in the Wizard of Oz. You can believe in long, long ago and far, far away. But that's not where reality is located, kids. All right, now let me give you the name again. It's Dead Men's Secrets, Jonathan Gray, www.teachservices.com. Probably get it at Barnes & Noble. If you can't, then go to this website. And it's Brave New Bookstore, bravenewbookstore.com. They're in Austin, Texas. And they'll get it for you. Tell them what you want, and then they'll go find it. This isn't an underground book. It's out here in the public domain, I imagine, from Barnes & Noble. Amazon.com or somebody like that. Go down to your local bookstore. If you're looking for Dead Men's Secrets, Jonathan Gray. This is a 1 in 100 book. I've been around for pushing 70 years, and I've never seen another book like it. This is the only one. I've read these stories before, one here and one there. I never saw a guy that put hundreds of these stories together and compiled them all. And that's the value of this story. Hey, I'm out of time again, kids. We've got to leave it right there, so let me remind you that you've been listening to the Law Hour, an editorial review sponsored by the Gordon Law School of Isabella, Missouri. The Law Hour is heard 7 days a week here in the United States, worldwide, over the Internet daily. Now, the Law School conducts a homeschooling program for adults on compact disc. If you'd like more information, please go to the homeschooling page on our website at georgegordon.org. Again, that's georgegordon.org, and the Law School offers a free 4-hour introductory CD package. Be sure to get yours. Just call us direct at 417-273-4967. Once more, that's 417-273-4967. The Law Hour is an educational service brought to you in the public interest. Hey, our time's up. We've got to leave it right there. So we'll see you back here tomorrow night. Same time, same station, God willing, of course. Until then, thanks for listening, everybody, and good night, friends. All right, we're reviewing a book called Dead Men's Secret. I rate this book at a 1 in 100. You won't see another book like this. At least I haven't. I'm an old man. I have seen many of the stories contained in this book separately, one at a time, in various publications. But there are 969 records in this book that cover things like ancient technology in glasswork and microscopes, geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, social organization, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items, clothing, art, medicine, flight, space travel, ancient science, civilization, electricity, weaponry. 969 records that are being systematically hidden, that are being systematically kept secret. And of course the question arises, why? If you're an archaeologist and you're out digging around in the ruins and you come up with a battery, don't you think that you ought to put that on display and say, my God, the civilization had electricity? If you're digging around in the rubble and you pull up something that's metallic and you test it and you say, my God, these people had metallurgy, don't you think we should put that on display in a museum and say, look at this. We were digging around in Babylon, we were digging around in Tyre or Sidon, we were digging around in Egypt, and look what we found. That would indicate that we had an advanced technology. Now, it would also do something politically. It would destroy the theory of evolution, which is a political ideology. It's a fairy tale for adults that we've all been subjected to, which has nothing to do with truth, honesty, or academics. It's a political ideology which is used to keep us enslaved mentally to ideas, political ideas and concepts that are absolutely false. So the author, the guy by the name of Jeffrey Gray, took a look at all of the various examples of these kinds of archaeological finds. And like medicine, you know, most of the medical discoveries are actually made by medical doctors. For instance, I've reported a number of times that we now have 13 cures for cancer. We use 3 out of the 13, cut, burn, and poison. We use those 3. It cures 37% of cancer patients. 63% die. Why don't we use the other 10 cancer cures? Well, it's because it's politically incorrect. You can't do that because of economic reasons. I mean, there's a lot of good reasons why we don't use alternative medical technology or knowledge today, and it basically has to do with follow the dollar. And the same thing is true with archaeology. In fact, the same thing is true with all of the sciences. If there's money to be made, then this is what we're going to do, the truth be damned. Now, as a researcher, as a historian, as a reporter, I like to trace stories back to their origins. And this is a whale of a story called Dead Men's Secrets. Now, I've reported from time to time the Nazca Plateau story. It's 30 square miles sitting up in the Andes Mountains, and on top of the mountains there are these little 18-inch high walls that go for miles and miles and miles. These are not big blocks of rock. These are just ordinary rocks, maybe the size of your head. And they're stacked up in such a way that they make little, you know, probably a foot wide wall, 18 inches high. But the crazy part is that they're in the outline and they're perfect. I mean, if you take a look at the head of a spider compared to his body, it's the right proportion. If you take a look at the length of his legs compared to his body and his head, they're the right proportions. And there's a spider up here on top of the Andes Mountains up in this Nazca Plateau. And I reported it to you last time. And the crazy part of it is it's a very rare spider found in the Amazon basin. You don't find it in Germany or China or the United States. It's a little spider, and it's found over in the Amazon basin. Very rare spider. You don't run across these very often. This spider has a modality of reproduction, which you can't see. It's done with his third leg, and you can't see what he's doing without a microscope. And yet this spider, 6 miles long, 4 miles wide, is sitting up on top of this mountain. You can't even see this spider. You wouldn't know that it was a spider. It's just walls of rock until you get up in an airplane 1,000 feet above the ground, and then you can see, well, it's a spider. And the one over there is a monkey, and the one over there is something else. Now, first of all, you have to have airplanes to appreciate the artwork. Secondly, nobody can figure out why in the world anybody would make such artwork. And third, this rare spider over here with its reproductive technique is clearly outlined in the extended third leg, which ends in a void. So the artist or the civilization, the people, the project manager, whoever it was, picked a spider, put this spider in rock 4 by 6 miles, put him on top of a 12,000-foot mountain, and had to have had a microscope in order to have seen this reproductive technique and then reproduce it in the form of this spider sitting here on the earth. Now, that's the story I told you last time, and that's an awesome story. There's 969 more of these stories in this book. That's why I said this is absolutely wild. It sounds like Buck Rogers science fiction, but it is supported by the actual documents or the actual exhibits. Now, I'm on page 259, and I'm looking at chapter 25, which is entitled Electricity, Ruins That Glow in the Night. Electricity. Could there have been electricity in Solomon's day, or in Abraham's day, or in Noah's day, or in the period between Adam and Eve and the flood? And the answer is an absolute and unqualified yes. There are batteries that have been dug up in Baghdad and put in the British Museum of Natural History in London. The first ones were found in 1885 before they even know what the hell a battery was. So the original archaeologists, when they're digging these artifacts up, dug up batteries, couldn't recognize them because they'd never seen one before. So they stuck it in the museum. Then about the 1950s, somebody's poking around in the warehouse and says, oh my God, look at this. This is a battery. Where did this come from? Well, it came from some archaeological dig that Professor so-and-so did back in 1885. Now, you'd think that they would take that artifact and they'd say, oh my God, these people had electricity back here in ancient times. Oh, no, that doesn't fit the theory of evolution. Back in ancient times, men were just emerging, from the Dark Ages. And so because of that, Because of this theory of evolution, they've buried it. It's in a warehouse. It sits there. It's photographed. And the photographs are here in the book. So it isn't something that's science fiction. It isn't something that's a lie. It's there, but it isn't being reported. And I'm here to ask the question, why not? Why not report the facts? Why not report the truth? If it doesn't fit with our theory, then I guess we have to change our theory. That's the scientific way. It's the scientific principle. Well, now, it may sound astonishing, but it was true. On a trek through the forbidding Mato Grosso region of Brazil in 1925, Colonel P.H. Fawcett was challenged by native reports of mysterious cold lights in some ruined cities of the jungle. Not only that, there existed, it was claimed, a city still living, inhabited, illuminated at night. Could this really be? Might there be some still surviving remnant of a long-lost civilization which was using forgotten knowledge? So Fawcett came out averring that he had glimpsed one of these jungle cities. He re-entered the region to further pursue his passion, but this time he disappeared without a trace. And it's noteworthy that few have ever set foot in this terra prohibita and then returned. It's a lost world. Indeed, it is a land infested with enormous swamp creatures, wild beasts, and wilder men. This region is generally bounded by the Rio Xingu and the Rio Tapajos, that's T-A-P-A-J-O-S, and the Amazon rivers. In regard to the supposed jungle lights, I'm somewhat intrigued. The existence of devices which provided lightning at night in ancient times cannot be questioned, because so many classical writers have described them. I was dumbfounded to discover this. Until 1890, we in modern times possessed only candles, torches, and oil lamps, and it is easy to think that this was always the case. However, we must now regard the past use of lightning and electricity as a historical certainty. In the pre-flood era, electricity may have played a vital role in the operation of the Ark of Noah during the Great Flood. Referring to the Ark, two Hebrew words are translated as window in the English Bible. In one reference, in Genesis 8, verse 6, the Hebrew word chalon, C-H-A-L-L-O-N, meaning opening, is used, the window through which Noah released the bird. The outer or the other reference, Genesis 6, verse 16, uses a different word. It's spelled T-S-O-H-A-R, sohar, which is translated as window, but does not mean window or opening at all. Where it is used 22 times in the Old Testament, its meaning is given as a brightness, a brilliance, a light of the noonday sun, referring to something that glistens, glitters, or shines, or a light which has its origins in a shining crystal, according to many Jewish scholars of the traditional school. Now, for centuries, Hebrew tradition has described the sohar as an enormous gem or pearl hung in the ark, which, by some power within itself, illuminated the entire vessel. Now we come to the Sumerian legends. In the preparation of the huge boat, Utu, Methuselah, brought his rays of the sun into the boat in order to give it light. In California, again, regarding that device resembling a spark plug found inside sedimentary stone, examination showed an outer hexagon layer of an unknown substance enveloping a 3/4-inch wide cylinder made of solid porcelain or ceramic. Circling the ceramic cylinder were rings of copper. In the center of the cylinder was a 2-millimeter shaft of bright metal. The shaft was magnetic. The magnetic shaft was corroded at one end, but the other end was affixed to a spring or helix of metal. The finely shaped ceramic and metallic shaft and copper components hint at some form of electrical instrument. This find, like so many others, is not generally publicized. It is considered too disturbing. In India, a high tower over a tomb discharged lightning against anyone who approached, striking them dead. Israel, 1000 BC, the house of Solomon the king was illuminated as by day, for in his wisdom he had made shining pearls, which were like unto the sun, the moon, and the stars in the roof of his house. In France, electrical knowledge was preserved by the secret Hebrew society called the Kabbalah, a dazzling lamp that lighted itself with no oil or wick, a door knocker that shocked unwelcome visitors, a Jewish rabbi named Jekeli, spelled Jecchiele, pushed a discharge button in his study that sent an electrical current into the iron knocker on his door. In Egypt, a wall carving depicts a scene where attendants seem to be carrying giant light bulbs with interior filaments in the shape of snakes connected to a box or switch with braided cables, and which strongly suggest powerful electric lamps supported by high-tension insulators. The cables are an exact copy of engineering illustrations as currently used. The cable is shown as very heavy and striated, S-T-R-I-A-T-E-D, striated, indicating a bundle of many multi-purpose conductors rather than a single high-voltage cable. In Egypt, in an Isis temple, a lamp burned with neither wind nor water, and which neither wind nor water could extinguish. Until the invention of electric lighting in 1890, we possessed only candles, torches, and oil lamps, light sources which smoked and left sooty deposits on ceilings. Likewise, the Greek and Roman world used torches and oil lamps for illumination. And wherever passageways are still standing between ancient buildings, traces of smoke can be found on the ceilings. How then do we explain the following? In Egypt, no trace of smoke is found in any Egyptian pyramid or in the subterranean tombs of the pharaohs, which are beautifully carved and painted in several colors. Work of this precision and delicacy requires the equivalent of daylight. Some tunnels and passageways are too complex for a mirror system to have brought sufficient light into the inner chambers. In Western Europe, the walls and ceilings of certain painting caves show no traces of torches or of oil lamps. In Peru, low ceilings and passageways of Inca and pre-Inca ruins show no evidence of smoke blackening. In Brazil, explorer Fawcett found ancient dwellings and dead cities of the Mato Grosso devoid of lamp smoke. In Egypt, Babylon as early as 2000 BC, Central Australia, China, and Bulgaria as early as 3000 BC. Electroplated objects have been found, indicating the use of electricity. Now that's an important one. It's important because electroplating is something that's recent. That's where we have a process that we can take gold, for instance, and we can plate that gold onto, say, a silver fork, or we can plate it onto some other object, and we can make it appear like the object is gold or silver by electroplating. Now, when you go into the archaeological digs and you pull an object out of King Tut's tomb and it's been electroplated, when you go into Egypt, Babylon, Central Asia, China, and Bulgaria, and we're not just talking about one isolated civilization like Egypt, and gee, look how smart they were. They not only had it in Egypt, they had it in Babylon, they had it in Central Australia, they had it in China, and they had it in Europe. Electroplating was known all over the world. Now, I don't know that we know that it's there in North and South America, but it's on every other continent. Now that's quite a find. Why isn't that being put? Why aren't those objects being put on display in our museums? Why aren't we being told about that in our colleges and universities? That's a pretty significant find. Now, up until this particular item, this is number 12, in this section here on electricity, you know, you could sit there and say, well, you know, there's no smoke found in any Egyptian pyramid. That doesn't mean they had electricity. Let's think about that for a second. You get here into these pyramids, and it's hundreds of feet of tunnels that you have to go through in order to get into this tomb. You get into the tomb, and here is very fine, delicate artwork. You know, not something that somebody just pasted on the wall. It's a stick figure, you know, that somebody painted on there. This is something that's very, very intricate in painting. In fact, there's a section in here called Art. I'll cover that one next on page 239. And this art thing over here, and I'm not an artist, so I didn't know this, but this art over here, you can actually grade this. You can determine how advanced a civilization is by looking at their art. And the artwork that we find in these ancient pyramids, in these ancient ruins, is superior to anything until the Middle Ages. And I'll read that story to you when we get to it. But I wanted to cover this electricity because I think electricity is pretty fundamental. Now, from the time Ben Franklin discovered electricity by flying his famous kite with a key on it in a thunderstorm until we had electric lights in 1890 was about 100 years. You know, from about 1790 to 1890, about 100 years, we developed electric lights. You know, Ben Franklin wasn't technologically advanced in electricity or electronics, but in 100 years. Watch what happens. 100 years later, we've got computers in 1990. Now, these people before the flood were living to be 900 years old. Now, picture a civilization in which people don't die, you know, for hundreds of years. You know, when I develop my knowledge, I have to write that down. My entire working career started at about age 30. You know, from age 0 to age 30, I didn't accomplish anything in life. I'd never written a book. I'd never written anything down of any consequence. Maybe a couple of love letters to my girlfriend. That was about the extent of my writing career. From age 30 until age 65, I have written, I couldn't count the number of books that I've written. I probably have 50 or 75 books. I wrote a lot of material. I write on legal subjects, and I have a lot of written material here. I teach school. I write most of the material that goes into my textbooks. Now, I'm going to die here pretty shortly. You know, certainly within the next 30 years, I'm going to be history. I'm going to be dead and buried. My entire working career, everything that I have learned, everything that I have written down and preserved for the next generation had to have been done in about 40 working years. Can you imagine what I could accomplish if I could live to be 300 years old? Can you imagine how much I would write, how much I would know, how much I could disseminate to the next generation if I had 300 years to do what I've done over the past 40? So it doesn't strike me as being preposterous that people before the flood had developed electricity and electric light bulbs. Hell, we did it in the last 200. Adam didn't even have children until he was 130. The guy lives to be, you know, 930 years old. He could have done it by himself. All right. Furthermore, it's been reported that those people before the flood were smarter than we are today. Their IQs were better. I don't know that that's necessarily true, but I wouldn't doubt it. We're digging up now in archaeological digs, we're digging up the evidence that they had electroplating, for crying out loud. That's pretty significant metallurgy. Then the Bible reports that they were artificers in brass and iron in Genesis chapter 4. Now, people that are artificers in brass and iron are advanced. They're ahead of casting cannon in sand, which is where we were with Columbus in 1500. So from 1500 to 2000, we had made gigantic strides in metallurgy. We were making railroad rails, building iron ships by 1900. Now look where we're at. We have aluminum, titanium, all kinds of metal and metallurgy that now make our modern technology possible, such as computers. Now, there's an electric battery from ancient Babylon. There's a diagram here by Andrew Thomas, and it's in the form of a clay pot with an electrode down through the bottom which holds the acid inside, with an iron rod, copper cylinder, earthenware jar, copper disc, wire out the top with a pitch collar, and an unknown electrolyte. That's what they dug out back in the 1880s and then took it back to the British Museum. Didn't know what they had. You know, you dig something out of the ground and you say, well, I don't know what this is. It almost reminds me of the medical scientists, you know. They take a look at human anatomy 100 years ago and say, well, these are vestigial organs. We don't know what a tonsil or an adenoid or an appendix does in the body, so therefore, because of our theory of evolution, we believe that these are vestigial organs. And so when I was a kid, they used to cut people's tonsils and adenoids out. I don't know how I survived it. I guess it was my old granny who used to say, if God had intended, then he would have done. That was her mantra. If God had intended that, he would have done it. If God had intended that your adenoids and your tonsils be removed, he wouldn't have made you with them. That was her thinking in life. And so I survived through the World War II period with my tonsils and adenoids. It was just common. You know, you had tonsils and adenoids, you go to the doctor and they remove them. Every kid in school had his tonsils and adenoids removed. Now we find out it's a part of your immune system. One doctor reported he had never seen a case of cancer in a person who had tonsils and adenoids. It's a part of your immune system, kids. Now, we routinely went through our population and removed everybody's tonsils and adenoids. We have the highest incidence of cancer in the world. I thought I'd pass that one on to you. All right, so there's the story on electricity. Now, just to give you an illustration here, let me find electricity. There are 66 stories on electricity. There are 969 records. 66 of those records are on archaeological finds around the world dealing with electricity in this book, which is called Dead Men's Secrets by Jonathan Gray. If you want a copy, you can get a copy, I'm sure. In fact, I know you can from bravenewbookstore.com. So if you're online, go to bravenewbookstore.com or Brave New Bookstore. Their phone number is 512-480-2503. I don't get paid for promoting them. The reason that I use them so much on the air is because many of these books are hard to find. You know, people will call the law school and say, well, I can't find that book. I can't find that book. All right, well, now you can find it. That's where you go to get it. I'm sure this is a book published in 2004. I'm sure you get it at Barnes & Noble or Amazon or your local bookstore. All right, I said we take a look at art, so I whip over here to page 239. This was quite a story on art. I didn't know this. But art, you can take a look at it and you can see how advanced people are. Imagine, and you may say, and perhaps I should agree, were it not for the consistent testimony of reputable witnesses. Well, a crystal skull during certain phases of the moon emits capella choir music, melodious tinkling bells, and a violet glow. Scientists have no theory at all to explain this phenomenon. The 11-pound skull was unearthed by Michael Hedges at Lubantun, British Honduras. Now this is spelled L-U-B-A-A-N-T-U-N. Lubantun, British Honduras. It is no secret that prehistoric art and sculpture pose for us some tantalizing mysteries. We are confronted with three-dimensional art, four-dimensional art, visible then invisible, sex-change sculpture, 18-story-high statues, murals in luminous paint, carvings designed to produce a 15-minute moving picture, a sequence with the brilliance of a neon sign. Did you get that? Listen to this again. Here's what we have dug up in archaeological digs. Three-dimensional art, four-dimensional art, visible then invisible, holograms we call those today, sex-change sculpture, 18-story-high statues, murals in luminous paint. Did you get that one? Murals in luminous paint. Where in the hell do these people get luminous paint? Carvings designed to produce a 15-minute moving picture, a sequence with the brilliance of a neon sign. Now, such subtle techniques run counter to the common view of primitives living in caves, using clubs and crude flint tools, and looking like ape men. So far, I have not been fortunate enough to hear an explanation of such ultra-modern genius that is even tolerably convincing. Some of this art is so advanced, its techniques are ahead of our time today. In Altamara, Spain, Lascaux, France, that's spelled L-A-S-C-A-U-X, I guess that's Lascaux, France. And then let's see if I can get this one, Ribadesella, spelled R-I-B-A-D-A-S-E-L-L-A, in the Sahara Desert. There are cave paintings of highly developed and stylized art, which look strangely modern, masterpieces in any period. Their dynamic realism and beauty, their flowing lines and contrast, their use of perspective, make them immensely superior to the later animal paintings of Egypt, Babylon, Greece, or Crete, and of a level not again reached until the Renaissance in the 15th century. Sketches and trial pieces found suggest that there were art schools. The pictures show shadows and highlights. There is a plan of construction, an idea of composition that makes use of hollows and knobs in the rock. The painters possessed a culture much more advanced than the average inhabitant of the European countryside today. Now, Ajanta, spelled A-J-A-N-T-A, near Bombay, India, in the 6th century. Luminous paints, cave murals, portraying women carrying gifts, lack depth until the light is switched off. In darkness, the figures on the wall appear to be three-dimensional, as if they were made of marble, by the clever employment of luminous paint, the secret of which has been lost forever. Can't be duplicated today, or at least nobody knows how. France. The engraved bones of Glazelle are still the finest in the world. From Mohenjo-Daro, Pakistan, Mesopotamia, and the Persian Gulf, in case you want to check me out. This is spelled Mohenjo-Daro, Pakistan. Soapstone seals, carved with figures of bulls, elephants, antelope, and other animals, one showing a man up a tree with a tiger lurking hungrily below, are only as big as postage stamps. So fine is the artwork that it might have been done under a magnifying glass. Here's miniature art. In Havia, Brazil, spelled H-A-V-E-A, Brazil, a mountain carved to resemble the head of a bearded man wearing a spiked helmet. On the side of the mountain, on a small vertical face, 3,000 feet in height, is a carved inscription in cuneiform characters, some 10 feet tall. It is a mystery as to how this was accomplished. In the plateau of Marchuasi, M-A-R-C-A-H-U-A-S-I, in Peru, is a plateau called Mar Cahusi, Peru. Four-dimensional art. Carvings which, according to the angle of vision, have several faces, but you have to move into the right spot to distinguish each of them. As you move, they disappear or change into other figures. Many become visible, then invisible again, seen only at noon or twilight, or certain other hours, or at one of the solstices, and at no other time. A figure of an old man, when photographed, changes into the carved face of a radiant youth. Now, how can we explain this sculptural mystery, which is revealed only in the photograph? It is hard to see how an artist could achieve this effect, even with the benefits of modern science, without a photograph to work from. Now, think of that. I'm going to read that one to you again. There's a place down in Peru. There's a plateau there. You spell it M-A-R-C-A-H-U-A-S-I, that has a four-dimensional artwork. This four-dimensional artwork is made up of carvings which, according to the angle of vision... Now, think about this. Here in modern times, we have what we call holograms. And when you turn the page, it gives you a different picture. So you can look at it in 2-dimension, 3-dimension, and the hologram makes 4-dimension. That's pretty modern. That's pretty modern. I didn't know about holograms when I was a kid. That's a technique that has been discovered here in the last, 25 years maybe. Maybe somebody invented it in 1936, but it certainly wasn't very common. I don't know when it came about. Now here's a carving which, according to the angle of vision, has several faces. But you have to move into the right spot to distinguish each of them. So it's not just a hologram on a page. This is an artwork that is on the side of a mountain. As you move, they disappear or change into other figures. This is a huge hologram. Many become visible and then invisible again. Some are seen only at noon or at twilight or certain other hours or at one of the solstices and at no other time. This thing is designed so that the rays of the sun at the solstices, the light angle that comes onto the face of this, can only be seen during the solstice. A figure of an old man, when photographed, changes into the carved face of a radiant youth. So in order to get the full dimension now of this piece of artwork, which is engraved on this in rock on this mountainside, you have to photograph it and then look at the photograph to see the hologram change between what's on the mountain and what is hidden when you move it in different directions. I never heard of such a thing, and yet there it is. That isn't something that's been made by modern technology. That's something that can't be duplicated today. So far from dragging their knuckles on the ground, whoever these people were, back in the olden days, how old were these olden days? Is this something done before the flood and survived the flood on the side of the mountain? Or is it something that was carried through the flood and developed after Noah's departure from the ark and the antediluvian races, the survivors of the antediluvian races? See, I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not sure anybody else does. My thinking has always been that these things were done before the flood. This author here thinks that they were accomplished after the flood. All right, now the artist needed incomparable skill to make the shapes appear only from certain angles and under certain specific conditions of sunlight. These examples belong to a vast complex of monuments and sculptures covering a square mile, using whole cliffs with images of the four main human races and of animals from other parts of the world. Animals that are not found in South America today or in Peru. Races of people that are not found in North and South America are depicted on these carvings. And it covers a square mile of the cliffs. I mean, we're talking about something humongous here. Now, every type of sculptural technique was used. Bas relief, engraving, and play of light and shade. The sculptors scientifically utilized the laws of perspective and optics. Then there's Easter Island, South America, the Onega River in Russia, the Maya, Guatemalans, and in Australia. Now, down in Australia, this is number 10. Remember, the picture that we get coming out of Australia, or the people that live there, are these Aborigines. Just dumb as rocks. And I'm not sitting here saying that the Aborigines did this kind of artwork or that they knew anything about this, because the modern Aborigines today don't seem to have very much in the way of technology. These are Stone Age people. But boys and girls, we have Stone Age people while we're flying to the moon. Stone Age people live on every continent, except maybe for Europe and Antarctica. You know, we got Eskimos up in North America. We've got Aboriginal people that are living in the Amazon basin. We got Aborigines living in Australia. Nomads walking around in the Gobi Desert. I mean, you know, there's people all over the world that are still living in the Stone Age in New Guinea, for crying out loud. And now, down in Australia are these laser beam carvings. Laser beam carvings. Punchings of designs and symmetrical forms have been made 4 to 8 inches deep on rock faces 30 to 300 feet up in the air. Now, attempts to duplicate these engravings with modern tools failed. The rock would only chip or flake. Nothing but a laser beam could have left this impression in this rock. That's the claim of one scientist, with a footnote number 2. Not forgetting that in the United States of America, Apache Indians spoke of tunnels carved out by rays that destroy the living rock. Apache Indians spoke of tunnels carved out by rays that destroy the rock. Now, that's art and artwork. Now, there's a lot of it, and I can cover much more of it here, but there are, looking at art here now for a second, there are 15 examples of art like this that have been discovered around the world. It's in Africa, China. You know, let me give you some places that this has been found. The Mayas in Guatemala. It's in British Honduras and Mexico. It's in Guyana, England, the USA, Chile, Afghanistan, Peru, Egypt, Germany, Russia, Australia, the Plateau of Peru, Easter Island, South America, England, France, the Onega River in Russia, Pakistan, Mesopotamia, the Persian Gulf, Brazil, Spain, France, in the Sahara Desert. Boys and girls, this kind of art, some of it, which has just been discovered in the last 50 years or less. And this one here that I just read to you, the rock can't be worked by hand. It has to be worked with lasers because it's too brittle and the rock just flakes off. Can't be polished except by laser. And yet there it is. Here's the artwork that's sitting up there. Now, we've only discovered lasers here in the last 50 years or so. When I was a kid, you know, I heard of Buck Rogers ray beams. And then later on we came up with a thing called laser beams. And now they're working with these lasers to use them, you know, in weaponry so they can kill people with them. You know, there isn't anything that we discover out here that we can't adapt to killing people with. All right, so there's the story on art. Let's back up here a little bit, or go ahead a little bit here. Take a look at medicine, maybe, on page 245. Health and medical. What happened after the car crash? Well, following a serious car accident in 1963, the victim's life was saved in a most unusual manner. For the delicate operation Peruvian surgeon Francisco Grano used surgical instruments that had been exhumed from a 3,000-year-old tomb. They were manufactured from an alloy of gold, copper, and silver. Ancient medical practice, it appears, was more than just folk herbs. Rather, medicine and surgery were fantastically advanced millennia ago. A sophisticated medical science existed worldwide, and in some cases is only now being relearned by modern research. We shall never know anything, but can only wonder at the profusion of medical knowledge and skill that prevailed at the dawn of history. Now, the following are fragments of that knowledge. Now, you probably have heard or seen, I've read about this in Reader's Digest and others, where they have dug up skulls, especially in Peru and Ecuador, that had surgery done on the brain, in the cranium. They can tell that because if you bore into somebody's brain, then the body is living. If it heals over, then the guy survived the surgery. Many skulls have been unearthed that had holes drilled into the brain and the cranium and then healed over, indicating the brain surgery was successful. And of course, that's one of those mysteries that you publish or you see in some magazine or something, but it's by itself. It isn't put together like Chapter 24 is in Dead Men's Secrets, where there are 87 examples of this, and not just in Peru. It occurs in India, Egypt, China. It's mentioned in the Bible. In Bolivia, Peru, Britain, and again I'll find some different countries, Greece, Egypt, Crete, Australia, Samaria, Armenia, Guatemala, Peru, Pompeii, Italy, Jericho in Israel, Italy. Now, many of these examples are repeated, so I'm not repeating India, China. There's Mexico. All right, so it's worldwide. It's in China. It's in Egypt. And it's in South America. And I don't see any here in North America. Here's Spain, Palestine, Assyria, Canary Islands. Skull operations. Here are skull operations that have been dug up and documented in Egypt, Peru, Soviet Armenia, Central Russia, Polynesia, Peru, Canary Islands, India, Bolivia, Samaria. Dentistry identified in Missouri in the USA 3,000 years ago. Egypt, Guatemala, Peru, Lebanon, Arizona, Italy. So we've got dentistry. We've got skull operations. What else have we got here? Surgical instruments have been dug up in Pompeii, Italy, Crete, Peru, Jericho in Israel, Italy, India, Egypt, Armenia, Guatemala. What else have we got? Surgical instruments. Health and medicine. A college of surgeons, a faculty of medicine, pharmacologists, specialist doctors, veterinarians. A state-sponsored medical aid program in which doctors received their remuneration from the government, and medical aid was free to all. This was found in Peru and Egypt, China, Alexandria, Egypt, Bolivia. Quarantine is revealed in the Bible. It is significant that the deadly European plagues of the Dark Ages were brought under control by the following of quarantine rules and other rules laid down in the biblical writings of the book of Leviticus. With medicine at such a low point during this period, Jewish doctors were highly esteemed. Has the thought crossed your mind that there might be something more behind this source of information than meets the eye? All right, so now we've covered art and medicine in this series. We have to take a break here because I'm just about out of time. And we'll come back and we'll take a look at more on geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale and construction techniques. I covered those in earlier broadcasts. Engineering, mechanical devices. I think the next time we'll take a look at some of these mechanical devices and everyday items that have been dug up all over the world that we didn't have 100 years ago, but they had thousands of years ago. How did that happen? Next time on the Law Hour and Editorial Review. Meanwhile, you have been listening to the Law Hour and Editorial Review, sponsored by the Gordon Law School of Isabella, Missouri. Now remember, the Law Hour is heard 7 days a week here in the United States and worldwide over the Internet daily. For more information about the Law School and the Law Hour, please go to our website at georgegordon.com. georgegordon.org. Again, that's georgegordon.org. Now, the law school conducts a homeschooling program for adults in compact disc. If you'd like more information, please go to our homeschooling page on our website at georgegordon.org. Now, the law school offers a free 4-hour introductory CD package. Be sure to order yours by calling the law school at 417-273-4967. Now, all of these Law Hour programs are archived on the Internet by title and date for your listening convenience, and the Law Hour is an educational service brought to you in the public interest. Time's up. We got to leave it right there. We'll see you back here tomorrow night, same time, same station, God willing, of course. So until then, thanks for listening, everybody, and good night, friends. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the Law Hour and Editorial Review. The Law Hour is sponsored by the Gordon Law School of Isabella, Missouri. The Law Hour is an educational service in the public interest. I'm your narrator, George Gordon. The Law Hour and Editorial Review is heard nationally 7 days a week here in the United States and in more than 80 countries around the world over the Internet. For more information about the Law Hour and Editorial Review, please visit our webpage. That's georgegordon.org. Again, georgegordon.org. Now, the Law Hour and Editorial Review brings you important information about law, news, and current events, so stay tuned for tonight's special report on dead men's secrets right after this. Well, 3,300 years ago, Moses instructed our fathers. He said, "You shall not have in your bag diverse weights, a great and a small. You shall not have in your house diverse measures, a great and a small. But you shall have a perfect and a just weight, a perfect and a just measure shall you have." Well, you know, our founding fathers at the Constitutional Convention in 1787 followed that scriptural principle of law when they put into our Constitution at Article 1, Section 10, these 17 words. They tell us, "No state shall make anything but gold or silver coin a tender in payment of debts." But in 1933, President Roosevelt took our gold away. And then in 1964, President Johnson took silver coin out of circulation. And in place of these just weights and balances, these two presidents have introduced our current practice of the first, the second, and the fifth planks of the Communist Manifesto into our monetary system, and they've given us Federal Reserve notes in place of gold-backed Treasury bills and clad coinage in place of silver coin. Now, in the intervening 70 years or so, we Americans have gone from being the world's #1 creditor nation until today we're the world's #1 debtor nation. Now, who do you think were the better financial planners for our nation? Moses and our founding fathers, or Franklin D. Roosevelt and Lyndon Baines Johnson? Now, if you'd like to learn more about hard money and how to use it properly, it's another of the many lessons that we teach here in our business school, conducted twice a year here at the law school. If you'd like to learn more, call and order our free general law CD package first. That's the place to start. It's a commentary on the law in general. And it's educational, it's informative, it's entertaining. Best of all, it's free. You can call now. The number is 417-273-4967. Once more, that's area code 417-273-4967. Now, our business school is also available on compact disc for adult home study. If you're online, you can go to our website, georgegordon.org. That's georgegordon.org. Just click onto the email, send us an email request for that free general law CD package. Again, georgegordon.org. Or call us direct at 417-273-4967. Do it right now before you forget. All right, last time we talked about art and medicine. And I said we'd take a look at mechanical devices, everyday items, and clothing. in ancient times. What are some of these everyday items and mechanical devices? Well, on Malta, there are vestiges of what appear to be a railroad, but it is thousands of years old. Grooves for the rails and cross ties run beside a narrow strip of rock where no animals pulling a cart could pass. Neither are there any traces of footsteps or hoof marks. The track, cut into the rock, features sidings and junctions, just like a modern railway today. At one point, the track leaves the land and disappears under water for some distance. It's mysterious. No less intriguing was the robot rooster that screamed. Is it possible that ancient man possessed machines? Well, it's not only possible, it's true. In Greece, steam boilers. In Greece, steam-powered organs. In Egypt, a two-cylinder steam engine, which embodied the principles of both the turbine and jet propulsion. In Ecuador, numerous woven copper items which bear a resemblance to the modern automobile radiator. Whatever their use, their design indicates a sophisticated understanding of a heat exchange technology. Greece, petrol vapor machines. Egypt, a speedometer registering the distance traveled by a vehicle. If it were not for the repeated burnings of the Alexandrian library, what stories might we have found concerning motor cars? In the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, the so-called Castillo of Chichen Itza was recorded to be very ancient, to a very ancient tradition, built over a machine of similar form, capable of traveling over great distances and for very long times. In Alexandria, Egypt, jet engines. In Tlaleelaco, Tlaleco, Mexico, I guess that is, found 20 feet underground an object which looks like a miniature jet engine. In Ecuador, copper gears with a hardness comparable to steel, indicating that they were designed for heavy mechanical use. Ecuador, copper and stone mechanical devices with circular rollers, bearing an uncanny resemblance to modern metal fabricating machines. In Greece, a machine tool for cutting screws. In Greece, a machine for boring tunnels. In Egypt, drills for boring into granite rock that turned 500 times faster than modern power drills. In Turkey, drills that bored holes finer than the thinnest needle in hard stone. In Mexico, a 5-ton steamroller for road maintenance. In Egypt, a fire engine with a double-action pump. In Greece, screw pumps, an ingenious interacting system of levers, pulleys, and grips for lifting great weights, one use of which was to grab, tilt, and sink enemy ships. In France, a sculptured block discovered among Roman remains showing a multiple harvester used in reaping grain. In Panama, a stylized model of an ancient geared earth-moving machine, and it contains a system of mechanical gears, including cogwheels on an axle with a rocker arm between them, with 2 more rocker arms in the rear, and a jaguar mouth with teeth-like bucket grabs. The spade-like features on the side and rear are very obvious. If this is a prehistoric model of a real working vehicle, it would explain some of the construction triumphs of the ancient Americas. In Ecuador was found mechanical corn mills, wheeled and geared. In Peru, stone engravings show people operating unknown machines. In Crete, remains of puzzling apparatuses have been found in the palaces and workshops of Knossos. In Peru, a clay vessel portrays a man using the index fingers of both hands to operate a kind of calculating machine or a switchboard. In Crete, the Phaistos, spelled Phaistos, I presume that's Phaistos disc discovered in 1908, shows evidence of having been printed using movable type recurring symbols impressed individually. This shows the principle of the printing of type, or printing by type, was known in very early times. Evidence as to whether it was ever used on paper and other materials is probably lost forever. Ancient mounds in Michigan and the United States have likewise yielded objects which appear to have been impressed with dies or type pieces. Now, here's one that was accidentally found in 1885 when a block of coal was broken open in the Austrian foundry of Isidor Braun of Wacklabruck. Braun's son took the mysterious cube to the Salzburg Museum, where it underwent examination by the Austrian physicist Karl Gurls, spelled G-U-R-L-S. Now, Derek D. Sola Price's reconstruction of a calendar computer built by the Greeks about 65 BC and found by sponge divers off the island of Antikythera, Antikythera, I guess that is. Now, going back here to the object found in the coal, the object was clearly machine fabricated with smooth, sharp surfaces. 4 of its sides were flat, and the 2 remaining sides opposite each other were convex. A deep, even groove ran completely around it. It remained on exhibit at the museum until 1910. An account of its discovery was published in the scientific journals Nature in London in 1886 and L'Astronomie, Paris in 1897. It is of antediluvial origin, and it is apparently a piece of some machine destroyed and buried during the Great Flood. Then there is in the United States, England, Germany, Russia, Italy, and France similar objects with interesting angles that have been discovered elsewhere. In China and Peru, a seismograph providing data to pinpoint the epicenter of an earthquake anywhere in the world. The application of scientific principles here implied postulates a knowledge of the Earth's structure and of the propagation of waves. In Egypt, 2nd century AD, Athens, Greece, coin slot machines for holy water, the quantity depending on the coin inserted. Egypt. An automaton in the form of a clock was discovered after the Muslim conquest of Egypt by one of the first caliphs of Cairo and described in an Arab manuscript known as the Murtadi. It was made of red gold and covered with precious stones with 2 shiny gems for eyes. The cock, when approached, uttered a frightening cry and began flapping its wings. Now these are machines, boys and girls, and in the section here on, let me find this again over here, mechanical devices, number 17. That's chapter 17. There are 42 of these, beginning on page 219. All of these residues of automation in the past, or in a past technological era, I should qualify that not all scientific achievements of the past were a legacy from before the flood. There were natural social factors, of course. However, some achievements of early history and prehistory cannot be defined as creation of man's mind at that time because economic and social conditions were not ripe for them. They would have to be an inheritance from an earlier period. A mechanical effect of stunning beauty may soon be discovered in the Lintiang district of China. Here, where China's earliest emperors lived and died, widespread excavations are presently being undertaken. The most staggering finds are yet to be made. Hidden beneath the picturesque landscape lie hundreds of undisturbed imperial tombs, which are filled with art treasures and riches. In 100 BC, the Chinese chronicler Sima Qin, C-H-I-E-N, I guess that's Qin, described unbelievable treasures constructed within the tomb of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang. Constellations, regions of the earth, and contemporary buildings were all reproduced. All the rivers of the country, the Yellow River and the Yangtze, were reproduced in quicksilver and made to flow into a miniature ocean through some mechanical means. The location is known. The tube under a mound overgrown with trees and wildflowers towers 165 feet, that's 16 stories high, against the northern foothills of Mount Li in the Wei River Valley of Kansu Province. The archaeologists who finally penetrate this tomb had better take care. The ancient chronicler warned that weaponry was set up so that any robber breaking in would be killed. Now, let's take a look at everyday items. Could photographic and listening devices have been known and used in the very distant past? Sounds like an outrageous suggestion, surely. So let me introduce you to some Indian records dating to the 2nd millennium BC and considered to be copies of still older documents, whereas the writings of most other nations suffered willful destruction. These have, by some miracle, survived. I might point out here that 2 huge museums, one in Alexandria, Egypt, with more than 1 million volumes, was destroyed by Julius Caesar. They burned it. The Romans were great destroyers. They were the engines of destructions, not of civilization. In Carthage, there was a second library reported to have more than 500,000 volumes, which was also destroyed by the Romans. They present epics of gods and men interspersed with such wealth of a scientific nature that much of it was considered absurd when translated in the last century. Modern science is today catching up with many of the concepts expressed in these documents. Scientists in many countries are now studying a remarkable translation made by Maharishi Bharadwaja. I'll spell that for you in case you want to check me out. And it's spelled Maharishi is the first name. I can pronounce that one, but the second one is Bharadwaja. And it's called Aeronautics, described as a manuscript from the prehistoric past. It contains fascinating, almost incredible data. The translation has been published by the International Academy of Sanskrit Research in Mysore, India. Its table of contents includes the secret of constructing airplanes, which will not break, which cannot be cut, will not catch fire, and cannot be destroyed. The secret of making planes motionless, the secret of hearing conversations and other sounds in enemy planes, and the secret of receiving photographs of the interior of enemy planes, and more. Take merely the photographic and audio references in this ancient document. Impossible questions arise, unless we are prepared to understand that there must have been a higher culture and technology, or an equally perfect technology before our own. Many isolated clues from around the world, inconsequential in themselves, but cumulatively meaningful, show that everyday items familiar to us today were known and used throughout the prehistoric world. Significantly, these are found in the ruins of inferior civilizations after the superior technology had long vanished. They are suggestive of what must have preceded them. So here are some of the more modest inventions, but nonetheless surprising to us, that can be found in the minor pages of archaeology. Egypt, 2750 BC. Envelopes were used for letters and sealed with the sender's private seal. Egypt, 2500 BC. 11 rusted razor blades with hieroglyphic writing on them. I might pause here to point out that in the Bible, when the story of Joseph was told, Joseph shaved before he went in to see Pharaoh. In Babylon, sulfur matches. In Thera, 1500 BC, boxing gloves. In India, thimbles. In Egypt, 2700 BC, Ur of Chaldea. Costa Rica to Colombia, silver and gold foil. In Ecuador, a plaque depicts a clerk writing with a quill pen in a surprisingly modern book. In general, evidence for paper books has been found on all continents except Australia. In Peru, books and paintings and hieroglyphics. Of course, this refutes the conventional assumption that writing was unknown in South America. In Guatemala and Egypt, books made of gold leaves. In Syria, 1400 BC, several rooms in one library were devoted entirely to just dictionaries and lexicons. In Egypt, China, and India, technological textbooks. In Turkey, rulers and compasses were used when making elaborate drawings for frescoes. In Armenia, 2500 BC, metallic paint. Metallic paint, unknown until recent times. Egypt, 3000 BC, a segmented box similar to that used today for cutlery. Egypt, camping equipment. Guatemala, diving suits. In Egypt, plastics, glass which could be bent and yet not broken, was reported by the Arab historian Ibn Abd Hoch, spelled IBN-ABDHOKH, to have been buried in ancient vaults. Peru, plastics, small tubes of a material like glass, but not glass, and of an unknown chemical composition were found in graves in the 1940s. In Turkey, drinking straws. In Egypt, 3000 BC, southern Turkey and Central America, forks and spoons. In Chaldea, knives of 2.8% tin. In India, aluminum cups. In Bolivia, England, Chaldea, Mexico, and Peru, finely executed gold dinnerware. In Crete, glazed dinnerware and tinted glass goblets. In Rome, thermos containers keeping liquids and foods either hot or cold were in common use. In Turkey, furniture decorated with gold and silver, bronze legs, and tables and beds shaped like goats' feet or horses' hooves. In Israel, 850 BC, beds and ornaments of color-stained ivory. In Ecuador, a magnificent golden bed inscribed with hieroglyphics. In Israel, chairs of ebony inlaid with ivory and lapis lazuli. I don't know what a lapis lazuli is. That's spelled L-A-P-I-S, L-A-Z-U-L-I. In Samaria, 3000 BC, and in Ecuador, modern quality musical instruments in great variety. In Syria, a musical notation on a 3,400-year-old clay tablet. When translated and played, it sounds very pleasing to the modern Western ear. Not unlike guitar music, it was probably written for a harp-accompanied soloist. And in Arizona and the Maya, and in Mexico, in Mexico, they found rubber balls. Now, there are 39 common items that we take for granted today as being very modern. These are called everyday items. These modern everyday items were known as far back as 3,000 years ago. Let me take one more. Clothing and adornment. Soak up the sun in your bikini or try on your pantsuit and wig and then off to a fashion parade. If 20th century historians call you primitive because you live thousands of years BC, then you can smile. Your jewelry is immaculate. You lack nothing in sophistication. Neither does your prehistoric husband live in a cave. He wears well-styled clothes and modern shoes, enough to give the traditional prehistorian a seizure. Now here's a short checklist. In the Gobi Desert, in Nevada, in the United States, and in England, has been found fossilized prehistoric shoe prints with nail heads around the edge as well as shoelaces. In Mexico, Peru, and Germany, gold and silver footwear with soft gold soles or rubber soles, gold embellished. In Egypt and Borneo, finely woven textiles of extraordinary strength and delicacy, such as could only be produced in highly specialized factories today. In Peru and Mexico, cotton grown in various colors, from brown to blue, a technique which modern science has been unable to reproduce so far. In Peru, advanced dyeing techniques, fabrics covered with a mosaic of feathers in no less than 190 shades of color. Peru, magnificent textiles with veils, brocades, and gobelins for finer or far finer than is possible on any modern loom today. Russia, 3000 BC, spindle whorls and patterned fabric designs. Peru, exquisitely patterned lace. Peru, clothing sewn artistically in multicolored designs with gold and silver thread. China, jade clothes composed of hundreds of pieces of tightly fitted jade particles sewn with golden thread. Mexico, waterproof clothing. China, modern jackets and long trousers depicted in underground tunnel paintings. South Africa, short-sleeved pullovers, closely fitting breeches, gloves, garters, and slippers, and multicolored shirts. Russia, fur trousers, embroidered shirts, jackets with ivory badges and clasps. In Russia, two-piece suits styled very much as in the present day. In Crete, Asia Minor, and Egypt, all dated to 3000 BC. Fashions were launched by the elegant women of Crete and imitated by other countries, such as very long skirts with flounces, full skirts with flounces, bodices, whatever a B-O-D-I-C-E-S is, decorated with Medici-like collars. That's a M-E-D-I-C-I hyphen L-I-K-E collars. I imagine this is some kind of a clothing item that you ladies might recognize. Deeply cut in front, leaving the breasts visible. Hats of extravagance and variety. In France, pantsuits, short-sleeved jackets, decorated hats, small boots, and modern-looking purses. In Sicily, bikinis modeled by skinny young girls posing in a mode similar to that of today. In Sumeria, 2900 BC, an amazingly modern wig. In Thera Sumeria, T-H-E-R-A, Sumeria, eyelid paint and eye makeup. In Egypt, a woman preserved in a tomb was wearing 5 shades of lipstick. Her hair had been in rollers, and the curls were still in after 3,000 years. In Bulgaria, large earrings, necklaces, and cosmetics and expensive jewelry used with sophistication. In Mohenjo-Daro, Pakistan, 3000 BC, jewels, rings, bracelets, and necklaces of gold, silver, and ivory, kept in elegant silver caskets, and so well finished and so highly polished that it might have come out of a Bond Street jeweler's today. So much for a sampling of ancient fashions. Among the general populace, we see astonishing variety and opulence in clothing, also elegance in which good taste and coordination among clothes, hairdos, headwear, and jewelry prevailed. Beauty, sophistication matching our own. Herbal drops were used to enlarge the pupils of the eyes. Green eyeshadow, black eyeliner, face powder, and rouge were all used in great quantities, as was a bleaching paste for freckles. And from the earliest times, nails held a fascination. Manicuring implements were used, including a cuticle pusher, rather like an orange wood stick of today. Women colored their fingernails and toenails bright red. In taste, people were basically the same as today. And now there is, let me get this one, mechanical devices, everyday items, and clothing. And this has all been dug up. There are 969 records of these kinds of items. Some of these are on display in some museums, some of them are not. The author reports that most of this material is in packing crates in warehouses that museums all across the world refuse to put out on display because they refute or seriously put in danger the theory of evolution, which is our modern fairy tale that tells us long, long ago and far, far away. All right, we are reviewing the book Dead Men's Secrets. I rate this about a 1 in 100 book. I'm an old man. I have never seen another book like it. I have read about some of these stories. I have seen pictures of the light bulbs that are depicted on the hieroglyphic murals in the tombs of Egypt. I have seen pictures of the Nazca animals. I have heard of and seen pictures of these huge buildings, these huge building blocks and rocks in Peru and Ecuador. Just little pieces here and there, you know, that I've read in Discover Magazine or Reader's Digest or some TV special or something like that. You probably have also. This author, Jonathan Gray, has put together a record of 969 records. The book is about 350 pages, paperback, published in 2004. It's called Dead Men's Secrets, Jonathan Gray. If only 10% of them are true, accurate, and correct, it's a blockbuster. I'm telling you, boys and girls, that of 10%, which would be about 100, 96.9, and all the rest of them were lies, you'd still be faced with an insurmountable problem concerning evolution. Where in the hell does this technology come from? We can't duplicate it today. Now, boys and girls, when there's something that I cannot do,
It doesn't mean jack diddly squat. I remember years ago I was flying up to, or back from, I guess, Alaska. And I stopped for fuel at SeaTac Airport there in Seattle, Tacoma, they call it, SeaTac. It was in the late 60s or early 70s. My guess would be it was probably about 1972, because I flew up to Alaska on that trip in a Cherokee 6. And there was a 747 coming in for a landing, and I had never seen one before. I'd heard of them. I'd seen pictures of them, but I'd never seen a real 747. And I was sitting on the tarmac out at the end of the runway, running up the engines and doing my checkouts. And I looked up from the instrument panel, and I watched this humongous thingy suspended in the sky. It was moving very slowly. It was coming in for a landing. I stopped what I was doing because I couldn't believe what I was seeing with my own eyeballs. And I watched in absolute fascination. Boys and girls, I've been a pilot for years. I watched that 747 come in and land, and I said, my God, how can that thing fly? How can that thing fly that slow? The faster you run something through the air, the better it'll fly. I was absolutely amazed. And we're in modern times. Now, I showed you here that we have pictures and drawings. We have actual artifacts of jet engines from ancient times. I'm not surprised, after having seen this book, after having seen the pictures that are contained in the books, or in the pages of this book, that this kind of technology was possible. Put it to the test. Let's think about it for a minute. 500 years ago, we were pretty primitive people. You go back to the Middle Ages and Columbus discovering America. These people don't have electric lights. They don't have batteries. They don't have rubber. They don't have plastic. Now, we go out here and we take a look around us today. We have plastic, we have rubber, we have metallurgy. And, we accept it. You couldn't have a 747 without metallurgy. You've got to be able to combine various metals together in order to build an airplane like that. And yet we have those kinds of metallurgical samples today that came from ancient times. In the Bible, in Genesis 4, it says they were artificers in brass and iron. That's an indication of metallurgy. Now we come to anthropology. They run around and they're digging up these artifacts. An aluminum cup. Do you remember that statement? There was an aluminum cup. My God, boys and girls, aluminum wasn't discovered until the 20th century. I mean, yeah, we knew that there was a mineral called aluminum. But this aluminum, to make aluminum metal, that's only been discovered in the last 100 years. For somebody to have an aluminum cup that goes back into ancient times is like digging up a computer, for crying out loud, with microwave software or Microsoft software. That's unheard of. Now, there are sophisticated mechanical devices here that I told you about today. Let's take a look at another one. Flight. Airplanes. Flight. Now, when you take a look at flight, the first guy that got up off the ground was a Frenchman who, I need to turn to page 277. Here's what I'm kind of stalling around for. A Frenchman discovers a hot air balloon back around 1700, in round numbers. Then from that first primitive flight in 1700, let's just come up 200 years, 1900. Let's go back before the flood. People are living 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 years. We discover a hot air balloon. Do you think that those people living those lengths of lifespans over there could have come up with an airplane? If today, in modern times, and just going back 300, 400 years, modern times, 1700 to 1800 to 1900 to 2000, 17, 18, 19, 20, 300 years. That's not a stretch of imagination at all. In fact, I'd be surprised if they hadn't done it. Just think about it for a minute. Now, here's a secret called flight. So you thought that manned flight began with the Wright brothers back in 1903. Would you be surprised? Would you believe that flying machines could cross the oceans and cover the vast distances between continents in the earliest times BC? Well, listen to this. People all over the world have retained separate memories of a period when aviation was a well-known concept and flight was a frequent occurrence. And what's more, their writings demonstrate a knowledge of aerodynamics and an awareness of the factors of takeoff propulsion, braking, and landing. But first, I would like to draw your attention to some giant drawings found all over the world. And the question is, why are there so many of these designed to be seen only from above? So we take a look at petroglyphs made to be seen from the air. In England, the Long Man of Wilmington, Sussex, is a human outline, 226 feet long, formed by an immense ditch. The figure can be seen solely from above, and even then, one has to be high up. In England, the Gog and Magog giants on hills near Cambridge are of such dimensions as to suggest that their construction was controlled from the air. In England, there is a 360-foot-long white horse at Uffington in Berkshire Downs. In England, the famous CERNE, Cerne Abbas giant, a 180-foot human figure, is outlined by chalk trenches on a Dorset hillside. In England, the great zodiac of Glastonbury was a huge stone calendar laid out in a circle 30 miles in circumference and apparently meant to be seen from above. In Wisconsin, in the United States, then there are the Elephant and Serpent Mounds in Wisconsin. California, the Mojave Maze. In Ohio, the Great Serpent Mound of Bush Creek, over 1,300 feet long. Its open jaws are 60 feet. In California, the Horse, 40 feet long, the Giantess, 87 feet high, and the Giant, 96 feet tall, all three at Bly, California. Arizona, the 150-foot-tall Giant at Sacaton, S-A-C-A-T-O-N. And in Louisiana, 6 enormous octagons with a total length of 11.2 miles near Poverty Point. Now, like the Nazca spider and monkey and so on, these can only be seen from the air. Why would you make something that you can't even recognize on the ground? How would you make it unless you had been in the air to direct its construction? These are all sights. They're all there. They're all physical. They've been seen, weighed, touched, tasted, smelled, felt, photographed, documented. How come you and I never heard of them? I never heard of these things. You know, just taking a look here at the California. They say here there's this California here, Bly, California, the Horse, 40 feet long, a Giantess, 87 feet high, and a Giant, 96 feet long, tall. Never heard of such a thing. I've never heard of that. Now, there's a stylized figure of a man 330 feet long in Chile. There are said to be many other sites of the Nazca kind in Peru and Chile. Now, I've heard of the Nazca site, but I never heard that there were more of them. Now, that doesn't mean that I know everything. You know, I'm always learning something new. That's why I kind of like my job, because nearly every day Dirk comes in here and hands me some report. It can be some economic report that's modern. It can be some book. It can be some story that came from the four corners of the world someplace, on China or someplace. I reported to you the other day. Did you know that there were pyramids larger than the Pyramid of Cheops? Now, I've been told all my life that Great Pyramid is the biggest building, the biggest pyramid in the world. Come to find out that there's 4 or 5 more pyramids bigger than that one in China, for crying out loud. I didn't know that. Now, I've reported it to you, and the reason that I did that was because there's 969 of these reports. I said that if all of them were false except 10% of them, it would knock the theory of evolution right square in the head. And I don't have any reason to doubt that any of them are here. He has followed this up with footnotes. I mean, if you want to go take a look at the site, the document, the exhibit, you know, the maps are in here. The locations and the sites are there. You know, if you want to jump on a plane, run over to Britain, walk into the British Museum, the batteries are there. Now, I've known about that one for a long time. Now, not every single one of these is hidden away someplace. Many of these are out on display, which then leads me to ask the question, why aren't they all out on display? I mean, at least the pictures of them. Why don't we have more books than this, you know, that have pictures in our colleges and high schools and universities that say, hey, listen, you know, if you think that men were dumb and that they were dragging their knuckles on the back of the ground here a few thousand years ago, you know, clean up your act, start thinking straight. That wasn't the case. It may well be true that there were people walking around with their knuckles dragging on the ground like they are in Stone Age societies, the Aborigines in Australia, the Stone Age cannibals of Indonesia. That's true, no doubt about it. But contemporaneous with them, there are space age men living, firing rockets off to the space station, for crying out loud. How come we're not told about that? It's been going on for a long time. Now let's take a look at flight. Sumerian cylinder seals show great numbers of machines flying in the sky, as matter-of-factly as if it were a daily occurrence. British Isles, Druid legends speak of magical machines capable of traveling on land, sea, and air. The Celts in Britain, Bran's chariot did not touch the water. Celts. Manannan's flying machine took him from Ireland to England by night. Druid tradition in Britain. Aberrus of Britain traveling through the air to Greece with the aid of a golden arrow. Now, these legends here, they sound, like they're, oh my God, you can't believe that. Well, let's picture this. Let's suppose an airplane flies over New Guinea in 1945. 1935, 1925. What do you think those Stone Age people are going to say? They're going to pass a tradition down. They're going to say something like, a great eagle flew over the jungle with men inside of it. Now, pass that down for 3,000 years, and what are you going to see? There's a fact. They saw something. They didn't know what it was. They couldn't call it an airplane. How in the hell would a Stone Age Aborigine use the word airplane? We see the same thing going on in the book of Revelation when John was given a vision. And he's describing these scorpions with stings in their tails, controlled by men, and the flesh melting off of people's bodies. Today, we could visualize that very simply. It's a Apache helicopter with a sting in its tail, which is, or with this laser beam, or with machine guns, and with rockets firing off of it. But for hundreds of years, people reading the book of Revelation, they're looking mysteriously, superstitiously at these events and at these stories, at these legends, at these stories. So the Druids and many other people throughout history have these traditions. Well, what they're talking about here is you've got superior technologies in the United States flying airplanes over Stone Age people in Indonesia or on Borneo someplace, and these people on Borneo are telling what they saw. And then thousands of years later, we take a look at it, and my God, now they're actual relics. In fact, he's got some pictures in here of relics. In fact, this section in here, let's see how many there are. On page 294, there are all kinds of models of airplanes. I mean, this is absolutely perfectly describable. This object, this is called Figure 26 on page 294. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 objects in here that have been dug up or brought out of tombs that are unmistakable airplanes. One of them here looks like a model airplane that I built once. This object, once thought to be a bird, was found in a tomb in Egypt in 1898. Now picture this. Here's an archaeologist in 1898. He pulls a model airplane out of a tomb. He doesn't know what he's looking at. So he bundles it up. He says, well, this must be some kind of a religious object over here. They must be worshiping this thing. Doesn't have anything to do with worship. Doesn't have anything to do with religion. It has to do with science and technology. Stuffed in a box of bird models in one of Cairo Museum storerooms, it was rediscovered in 1969. And it was found to fly perfectly as a glider, though there are indications that it may originally have possessed a propulsion mechanism at the tail. The design is highly sophisticated. Here's a gold jet from Colombia, South America. Its features are more mechanical than biological. Experts at the Aeronautical Institute of New York concur that it does not represent any known type of winged creature. It appears to be a model of an ancient jet aircraft. That's from the Aeronautical Institute of New York. They took a look at it and said, this isn't a bird. This is a jet airplane. Which is exactly right. And when it was dug up out of the tombs back in the 1800s, they looked at it and said, well, this must be a bird of some kind. They didn't know. Now, of course, they're not too anxious now to put of these out on display. That's the tragedy of it. Here's the might ancient aircraft be found. Now, one is led to contemplate the intriguing possibility, however remote, of such a discovery. Could craft be of any size and surprising shapes? Well, did you notice how frequently ancient flying machines were described as shaped like an egg, or like a hat, or a sphere, or a disc in items 53, 61, 62, 74, and so on? Hell, we got flying discs today. We call them flying saucers. We've got hovercraft that hover over the water. And so, you know, when you pick up something like that in 1856 or 1898, what are you going to call it? They didn't know. Consider them in the context of what's preceded. After all, Professor W.B. Emery, who had spent most of his life digging in Egypt, did say there's more lying under the sands than has ever been found. There's more yet to be found. You know, they haven't found everything. His conclusion is there's more out there to be found than has been found. Then there's energy sources from sound waves generated by magnetized rods or hammering. Sanskrit books state plainly that aircraft could be driven solely by the power of sound, tunes, and rhythms. Interestingly, in modern automobile tests, an ultrasonic reactor attached to a carburetor almost doubled petrol mileage with very little exhaust gas. The simple gadget is based on a system of harmonic resonance within atomic structure of liquids. How in the hell did ancients know anything about that? Hell, we're just experimenting with it today. We haven't devised any specific technology with ultrasound. We know about it. We're working with it. Kind of like cryogenics, you know. All right, 969 of these records over here. Flight. Maybe next time we'll take a look at ancient weaponry and ancient science, space travel, engineering. There's much more in the book. Remember, it's called Dead Men's Secrets by Jonathan Gray. You can get a copy from bravenewbookstore.com. bravenewbookstore.com. The number is 512-480-2503. Once more, that's 512-480-2503. A 1 in 100 read if I've ever seen one. Now, we've been talking about Dead Men's Secrets. It's a book on 969 records around the world, historical records around the world of events that have occurred in the past, building sites. It covers things like geography and astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, engineering, construction techniques, large-scale construction, things like that, that are totally unexplainable. Like the Nazca monuments in Peru, with the spider that's sticking out there 6 by 4 miles. And then he's got his third leg sticking out there, which is this obscure spider, very rare breed of spider, that you can only watch their breeding technique or their modality with that third leg, which is critical to the reproduction, which is contained in that monument. You can only see it through a microscope. So we got to ask questions. You know, like, we're not getting the straight skinny from science. We're not getting the straight skinny and history from our museums, from archaeology, paleontology, and the sciences. And that's because they all have an agenda. They have an evolutionary agenda. And anything that doesn't fit within that evolutionary framework, that evolutionary mindset, is eliminated. And this book exposes 969 ancient records. Now, a lot of times people ask the question, well, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? This guy's got 969 of these pieces of evidence. Pieces. It's the whole piece of evidence. It's all what we got left. So he has a chapter 9 on vanishing evidence. Let's listen to what happens to the evidence. Consider for a moment the awful possibility that your hometown was forever wiped out. Can you imagine what future generations might find in your hometown? Has it occurred to you that our noblest buildings today are scarcely more than facades supported by thin tendons of steel? Even with no disaster, our main cities would be little more than rubble in 1,000 years. Our motorways would be crumpled pieces of hardness beneath vegetation. Our once complex railway network would be red dust blowing in the wind. And make no mistake about it, very few house chattels would survive the corrosion of time. Generally, paper books cannot last more than a few centuries, hence the need to recopy. Plastics will eventually disintegrate when exposed for long periods outside. The same goes for everything metallic. That's right. Your hairdryer, automobile, carpets would be reduced to dust, along with photographic plates and film. And what's more, all of the iron and steel buildings would rust and crumble to earth. Nothing would be left except a few stone structures downtown and maybe a few statues.
Stone is the only indestructible material. It will survive a dead civilization. So isn't it ironic? Nature allows dressed blocks of stone to survive, but not thick iron girders. Probably, there would not be one item left in the suburbs to show that they even existed, except for the odd stone axe head. Now, in the event of a total catastrophe, the survivors would be driven to the countryside to live primitively. They might, for a time, be able to salvage and use certain elements of their civilized technology. Eventually, the last machine would break down, with nobody remembering how to repair it. The transistors, the toasters, the X-ray machines. Even though they are revered today, they would be totally useless to us. To the grandchildren and their descendants, they would become legends. The magic mirror that could see events far away. The metal bird that could fly above the clouds. The room that could move up and down inside of a big house. These would become magical myths of a people whose survival instinct would direct them back into the rapidly encroaching forests. Archaeologists 4,000 years in the future could claim that 20th century man was not yet familiar with iron. If they found cassettes with tapes, these would be meaningless puzzles to them. What do you think of that? Texts, speaking of gigantic cities with houses several hundred feet high, would be classified as myths. So do you begin to see the picture? It is this very situation of meager clues that confronts us in relation to the original super world, the Golden Age, BC. Now, I can think of 4 reasons for this. First of all, most physical remains were wiped out. Numerous ancient cities now lie below ground level. Many are covered by desert sands or have been swallowed by dense jungle, while others still may lie intact under the mile-deep ice of Antarctica. On the other hand, exposed remnants can disappear very fast. Take, for example, the 4,000-year-old ruins in Bolivia. They're called Tiahasco. It's Tiahuanaco, Tiahasco. As recently as the 17th century, there still stood immense walls with massive rivets of silver in the stonework, as well as lifelike statues of men and women in 1,000 animated poses. Even until the last century, travelers could admire the sketch of imposing colonnades. Of these, there is no trace today. The Spaniards, and more recently the Bolivian government, has totally plundered them for the building materials. Now again, many scale replicas of ancient apparatuses probably perished when the Spanish conquistadors melted down all of the gold artifacts that they could find in Central and South America. The scale of destruction over the centuries will never be known. Second, most ancient records have also been destroyed. The destruction of printed records has been much greater than was originally thought. The Great Library of Alexandria once contained 1,000,000 volumes in which the entire science, philosophy, and the mysteries of the ancient world were recorded, including a complete catalog of authors in 120 volumes, with a brief biography of each author. In a single act of vandalism, Julius Caesar destroyed 700,000 priceless scrolls in the Library of Alexandria. In the 7th century, the Arabs completed the wipeout. And do you know how they did it? Well, they used the books as a fuel supply to heat the city's 400 public baths for 6 months. Totally destroyed also were the papyri of the Library of Ptah in Memphis and Carthage. With a library of 500,000 volumes, it was razed in the 17-day fire by the Romans in 146 BC. The Library of Pergamos in Asia Minor with 200,000 volumes likewise perished. And when the famous collection in Athens was wiped out in the 6th century, surprisingly, Homer's writings escaped. There have, in each one of these events, been some writings that have escaped, which tell us what it was that was destroyed, or at least gives us an insight as to how great this destruction
Test 1 2. Test 1 2 test.
was. In the 8th century, Leo Isarus burned 300,000 books in Constantinople. In China, Emperor Tam Sui Huangti issued an edict in 213 BC to destroy innumerable books. Thousands of druidic scrolls in Autun, France, on philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and other sciences were obliterated by Julius Caesar. Not one survived. In modern times, the Nazis in Germany burned books and destroyed the literature and the culture of millions of people. Much classical literature was systematically destroyed by the Papal Inquisition during the Middle Ages. Spanish conquerors searched out and destroyed the entire Mayan literature except for 4 documents now in a European museum. It was related that Mayan scholars screamed in agony as they saw their life's purpose go up in flames. Some committed suicide. The Council of Lima in 1583 decreed the burning of the knotted cords called the quipus, on which the Incas had recorded their history and that of their predecessors. Now, what a story of carnage. A carnage in which the great depositories of knowledge from the ancient world were destroyed and lost forever. And yet somehow the Indian books escaped. Now, did you know that even of the Greek and Roman literature, less than 1% has survived to come down to us today? So is it any wonder that we are ignorant of our early heritage? I agree with Andrew Thomas that we have to depend upon disconnected fragments, casual passages, and meager accounts. Our distant past is a vacuum filled at random with tablets, parchments, statues, paintings, and various artifacts. The history of science would appear totally different today were the book collection of Alexandria with us to this day. And third, even where it was not lost, much of it remains a mystery. Undeciphered still are writings at Easter Island, tablets at Mohenjo-Daro in Pakistan, and Mayan scripts. Some finds will remain unsolved forever. There are no inscriptions awaiting us at Tiakano or Malku-Piki. There were some museum relics whose significance may have eluded us. A methodical re-examination of pieces labeled art objects, cult objects, and unidentified objects could yield much new data in the future. So would a systematic exploration of the museum vaults today. It is a well-known fact that museums are in the habit of burying objects that do not coincide with current theories or political ideologies, or that are not beautiful to look at. The vaults of the Smithsonian Institution and the Museum of Prehistory of St. Germain are full of crates of incomprehensible objects that nobody is studying and nobody can recognize at first sight. So could it be that many objects that we have discovered really do have a purpose that we simply do not yet understand? The ancients may have achieved results similar to ours by quite different processes. For instance, look at what happened to German technology. German technology diverged tremendously from that of the other countries in the world in the 1930s in just 12 years, from 1933 to 1945, when Germany was progressively isolated from the rest of the world. Then again, is it possible that some of the antediluvian artifacts that we have found cannot yet be identified, simply because they are still far ahead of our technology today? So a point to remember, as any technology advances, its methods and equipment do not become more complex, they become simplified. Take, for example, printed circuits, silicon chips. Such equipment may not be recognizable to a civilization of inferior knowledge. Computer chips, for instance, would not be recognizable by a civilization on Borneo, for instance. The point is, we may be looking at objects, quite exciting objects, in fact, without even recognizing them. Who would have expected that items in Baghdad in the museum, long labeled as ritual objects, would have to be components of batteries? Now, do you see what I mean? When they were first discovered in 1885, nobody knew what a battery looked like. It wasn't until 1969 that those batteries in the Museum of Baghdad were recognized for what they were and then identified as batteries. That tells us that electricity was known. Electroplating was known. We know that from metallurgical objects today. Now here's a tantalizing thought. Other relics still await discovery.
Some authentic and incredibly ancient documents are known to be safely locked away. You and I may never see them. These forbidden treasures are known to be concealed in 4 places. First, in the catacombs beneath the Potala in Lhasa, Tibet. The vaults in the Vatican Library, to which even the Pope does not have access. In Morocco, where Muslim leaders are fiercely opposed to making them public. And a secret place known to a few initiated rabbis, believed to be in Spain. But that isn't all. There must be numerous lost cities yet to be discovered. Hold it, I hear you say. That's overdoing things, isn't it? An occasional ruin, maybe, but numerous lost cities? There aren't any unknown areas in this day and age. But on the contrary, there are many totally unexplored areas left about. Quite a lot of things occur in and out of the way corners of the world, and some not so out of the way that most persons have never heard of. Still not explored from the ground are immense expanses of the interior of Central and South America, New Guinea, Asia, and Australia. And although Europeans have lived and worked in India for several centuries, building bridges, railways, and modern cities, the jungles have scarcely been touched. There are remote villages that have never seen a white man in India today. In the trackless Central Australian desert, a structure from an unknown civilization was discovered when vehicles from a nearby atomic test site drove into it purely by accident. Now, what you shall see in Part 2 is just a hint of what still awaits us in the desert, the jungle, and the ocean. The largest unexplored jungle area in the world is the Amazon basin. This region is so little known that a river tributary, 200 miles long, was only recently discovered, and then only by satellite. The Amazon system comprises 50,000 miles of navigable trunk rivers and an estimated 16,000 tributaries. The jungle on each side of the rivers is almost totally impenetrable, at least for Europeans. Now, I know of settlers who have lived on riverbank clearings for 40 years and never ventured more than a mile back into the jungle. There now follows about 1,000 of the more interesting exhibits, yet these can never be more than a tantalizing peep at this astonishing unknown world shrouded in opaque clouds of mystery. The Amazon contains some of the most solid jungles and hostile environments to be found anywhere. And surprisingly, this now mysterious region was once the center of a very intense and highly active population. Large cities flourished there, with high-volume commercial traffic to the Andes. And despite satellite technology, we face almost insurmountable problems in locating many of these remains. A pilot over the Amazon may spy towers, villages, or ruins and pinpoint them and report them. A few days later, someone setting out to verify the data will find that they've already vanished, swallowed again by the jungle, since that forest fire or whim of nature or weather that exposed them in the first place. Carl Brugger mentions that the Trans-Amazonia spur of the road between Manaus and Barcelos on the lower Rio Negro, built in 1971, was overgrown by tropical vegetation within 1 year. The technicians even had difficulties locating the approximate direction of the road. It's not surprising, therefore, that there are no more signs of white cities. Again, there are vast stretches where the fog never lifts, and in others it doesn't clear until late afternoon. There's an area in East
Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
eastern Ecuador, from which natives have been carrying out thousands of artifacts belonging to what they described as a giant pyramid and immense deserted cities. So don't get carried away. This is a forbidden region. Local Indians still massacre inquisitive outsiders. Intruders in the Mato Grosso region of Brazil can expect a similar welcome. Yes, you can believe it. Documented accounts are numerous, and once an entire patrol of 1,400 vanished in the jungle without a trace. This trackless, unexplored green hell swallows visitors, and the ruins clasp their secrets. So think of it. 5,000 years ago, when our forefathers were supposed to be existing in caves or crude settlements, there were highly advanced cultures, and they reached over the entire world, from Siberia to Antarctica, from Greenland to Africa. This super world vanished, and it vanished so completely that we thought that it never existed. It's not unlikely that a whole empire could disappear like this. The more advanced the culture, the more easily it could vanish without a trace. If it were so advanced, then its powers of destruction must also have been enormously advanced. But more on that later. What an epic. The wonder is that despite wholesale obliteration of the evidence, there are still many thousands of pieces that do survive, written records, oral traditions, and physical remains. So let's take a look at some of these physical remains again. We've been looking at about 19 of these. Remember, there's geography, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, metallurgy, large-scale construction, construction techniques, social organization, engineering, mechanical devices, everyday items, clothing, art, medicine, flight, space travel, ancient science, civilization, electricity, and weaponry. There are 969 sites around the world where these types of artifacts from civilization, yes, indeed, advanced civilizations, with space travel, flight, electricity, that we have discovered and that we know about today. Let's take a look at one. Metallurgy. There are 44 sites or examples of advanced metallurgy technology in the world today that is hidden or suppressed or just plain misunderstood. So on page 131, we have metallurgy. Let me flip over here to page 131. The Sad Fate of the Gold Gardens, Chapter 4.